There we are. All right. Can you hear me?
Can you see us?
Yes.
Do you have, who do you already have?
I have Hernandez, Garcia, Aaron, and I forgot the other guy. You need Hernandez first?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Hernandez.
Okay.
No, you can't do Hernandez first.
No, that's what
Not
she said.
Hernandez. Did you say you had Morby?
She said, that's right. She said,
Hernandez.
Let's see, I have Hernandez, Bryant, Garcia, and Farron. So far.
Garcia.
Okay, we'll go with Garcia.
Okay, Garcia. Garcia.
We may want to ask for people Dela Cruz since we have to continue his case. If he comes down, let us know.
Can you let us know when Dela Cruz comes down?
De la Cruz?
Yeah, can you let us know when he comes?
Sure, okay. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole and Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good morning, I'm Panel Member Barry.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
John Garcia, inmate number 327814.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for John Garcia, inmate number 327814. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 2 years probation for criminal violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 27, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has not completed any of his original recommended OAP programs. He remains on the wait list for addiction services, voices, and a job. The RT shows he also remains on the wait list for education and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Garcia, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Mr. Garcia, something you wanted to tell us about why you believe you deserve parole?
Well, since I've been incarcerated, I have been trying to get into my programs, and it's been kind of impossible for me to complete them. I've been waiting for them to get back to me. All they tell me is that I'm on a wait list. But I know that if I do get the opportunity and get granted parole, I will do everything in my power to find a job, keep my job, try to get into a outpatient program to keep my sobriety, do everything in my power to change people, places, and things around me. Try to spend more time with my kids. Since I've been incarcerated, I lost a lot of time with them.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Mr. Garcia. We're going to ask some questions of you based on the documents we had to read, and then we'll talk about your case and make a decision. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll begin with panel member Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Garcia, in reviewing your file, one of the things that really stood out to me is that most of your offenses were committed because you struggle with addiction or substance abuse. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you struggled with this substance abuse for how many years?
This is recently new. I just started using, so it's been like 3 years, 4 years now.
When did you start using drugs, sir?
33.
So you weren't using cocaine before 33?
Yes, I was, yes.
Okay. And I'm asking you, how long have you been using drugs, sir? Your criminal history dates back to 2004. So I'm asking you, when did you start using drugs?
Well, back then I was younger. I was like probably like 17, 16 around there.
And what has been your longest clean time since you were 17? So that would be 20 years you've been using drugs.
So I could say I've been clean. I had a straight run for 3-4 years.
When?
20 to 24.
Okay. So I see you had, you were using marijuana because you were on community release,
Yeah.
and you were using marijuana. You had 2 convictions for failure to appear, and all of your offenses are possession, sales, assaults. So I'm just curious to know how did you maintain your sobriety? And I don't see 4 years here because I see violations of probation, possession with the intent to sell. So I'm curious to know how you maintained your sobriety.
Well, there was a moment when my daughter was born, and I decided to get off drugs and dedicate myself to my child. And I did well for the first couple of years, and then it came to a point where I was just very stressed out because I lost a family member and I relapsed.
And when was that?
2014. I relapsed, and then I got incarcerated. I'm making bad choices. Then I got incarcerated, came home. I was clean for a while, then I relapsed again.
Well, the issue that I'm having is that you appear to have that kind of that pattern where you serve a little time. You know, you get possession of marijuana back in 2008 or so. You get a year sentence, you serve that sentence, and then you come back out and you do something else. It's just been a cycle. But this time, what I'm noticing is that you come inside the prison. You spoke in your opening statement about not being able to participate in programs. And when you came in prison this time, I see you received 2 tickets for having Pruno.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. My family is not financially helping me at the moment, so at the time, people offered me to help me financially just to hold something, and then me making poor decisions, I did, and the consequences is that I got caught with the stuff that I got the tickets for, and I had to be responsible and take my duties for having it.
Right. But it's a bad look when you have an addiction with a score of a 5 and you have 2 Pruno tickets.
Yeah, I understand.
And that's preventing you from taking programs. That's also preventing you from getting a job.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
if your family's financially strapped, then working in the prison is also an option for you, but you can't have tickets.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. But before I caught these tickets, I've been trying to get into the programs, and it's just been very hard. They tell me that I'm on a wait list, and sometimes they don't even get back to me in the request forms. They don't even write me back.
Well, you're not finished with your sentence until 2028. So there are other people who are getting out before you, and they need those programs too. So unfortunately, that wait list is there for a reason, and not for anything, but you've participated in treatment before. You've taken programs, and they haven't helped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I understand that. I understand that, but since I've been incarcerated now and I have a clearer mindset compared to when I was before, where I'm at now, I'm getting older and I'm at the point where it's time for change. And if I don't change now, it's never gonna happen.
You haven't demonstrated much change, Mr. Garcia, with 2 disciplinary infractions for Pruno.
I understand that, and
No programs, the tickets you've got received, and you rate out as very high in terms of risk to recidivate. So I mean, we really don't have a lot to work with based on what we're reviewing today.
all right, I understand that. I did not expect for me to come to a hearing this early.
Right.
I've been trying to get that accomplished before I came to this hearing, so like this, I won't have this problem. But since the hearing came early, I'm with my hands tied behind my back right now.
Well, you're eligible for parole in 3 months, so that's why. And you were just sentenced in November of last year, so you can't even get on the list for programs until you're sentenced. And then when you're sentenced, finally, you receive the ticket in March, and then you got another one in June. So that prevents you from doing programs.
Yes, it do, ma'am.
I think that there's still some work to do, Mr. Garcia. I understand that your substances that you've chosen, 15 bundles a day. I don't know how you're still alive. How many times have you OD'd?
I have not OD'd.
Wow. That's a blessing.
Yes, it is.
You're 37 years old. You still have time to turn your life around, sir. But using 15 bags of heroin, 15 bundles of heroin, with fentanyl, I don't know how much longer your body can take that. So I really do think that there's some more work for you to do. How about NA and AA? Do you do that in there?
I'm on the wait list.
All right. Have you ever done NA and AA?
Yeah, I've done it at the Liberation House, the program out in the world.
And so when you have these triggers to relapse, when you want to use drugs, these urges, what do? Do you know the steps to take to avoid relapsing?
I've done outpatient programs. I've done programs to keep groups, keep myself
Let
in
me rephrase the question. You've participated in programs before. How do you stay clean and sober? What do you need to do to stay clean and sober?
Change people in places and things.
Changing people, places, and things are not going to stop you from using drugs if that's still your desire.
But that's not my desire. That's why I say people, places, and things. I gotta change the people I hang around with.
Being around Pruno and selling Pruno for a profit puts you at risk. You got to make better choices.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm not gonna sit there and argue with you on that. You're right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Garcia, is if you've got a DR for Pruno in March, and if we're to believe you that you were holding it for someone else, why would you do it again in June?
It's like I tell you, man, it's hard to be living in here and not having a steady financial way to have food. So
Have you done any volunteer cleaning or helping that would position you to get a job?
If it was possible to do, I would be doing that, but it's not something that's available for a lot of inmates. Like you can't just volunteer and start cleaning.
No, the volunteering is pretty common, but you completed the Understanding Domestic Violence program in October of 2023, your last bid.
Yes, I did.
And you go out and there's a protective order in place and you violate it the next August. Why are you unwilling to abide by the order of the court? It's a full no contact order.
All right. In that situation, my family, since they seen that I was so caught up in the drugs, they know how to figure out a way how to help me to get off of the drugs. So they put a protective order on on themselves, and then, so I won't be around the house. But I always kept popping up in my house every morning to eat and take a shower, and by me doing so, I kept violating my protective order, not knowing that I was violating my protective order and somebody was calling the police on me. And that added up to me violating it 6 times. And that's why it's the reason why I violated my protective order so many times. But it wasn't no violence, none of that, was just me showing up.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The order is for you to stay away. It's a full no contact. And, you know, sir, that's why there are programs and shelters around the state. So you can go there and take a shower and change your clothes if you need to. But you are restricted. Your family has asked the court for this order for you to stay away. They're done. They're done with this cycle that my colleague just talked about. And what you have told us in your behavior, even after completing the program, is you don't give a damn. And yet you sit there and say your sentence is unfair.
No, I never said my sentence was unfair.
Yes, you did. When you were interviewed by the parole officer, your comment was your sentence was unfair. It's documented, sir.
I sit there and well, to reframe that, I said that I deserved the 3 years for me to get clean. So for me being here at the time that I've been here, I have not craved to use drugs, and I've been trying to keep me away from a lot of the stuff that's going on in this facility.
But
And
yet you're willing to participate in undermining other people's recovery by stashing Pruno, if in fact you weren't the person making it.
yeah, I know I am wrong for that.
Again, poor decisions. You're 37 years old, Mr. Garcia. I would hope you'd want better for yourself, more for yourself. Ms. Chance, any questions?
I just have one question. So, Mr. Garcia, you have 2 years of probation. So when you're released, what will be a warning sign to you indicating that you're about to get yourself in trouble or violate probation? What options do you have to avoid that?
Well, one of the options would be to keep myself in the program, groups, to attend groups as much as possible, so I won't have enough free time in my hands to get myself into any type of problem or trouble. Find a job and stay consistent in my job.
But Mr. Garcia, those are normal things that normal people do. From what I read in some of the official documents, you've had a lifetime use of drugs, and you go into programs and you complete programs, and then you go out and you use drugs again and then violate your probation or parole. So
Yeah, that's
what
true.
would be different this time?
But this time, like I sit here and say that I'm gonna try to keep my sobriety as much as I can, and if I see myself at the point of relapsing, I want to put myself in a program or attend a relapse program.
Well, there's more to it than that, Mr. Garcia, and it's obvious that you haven't gotten it yet. So I do hope that you eventually get to participate in the programs and that you come up with a plan that's gonna help you to stay sober. I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So Mr. Garcia, we're done asking questions. We're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt us. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Garcia sounds as though he wants to really do better for himself. He still is struggling with making his decision making, and I'm hoping that this will be a wake-up call for him so that he can take advantage of this period of incarceration to get the help that he actually needs prior to his return to the community. Based on Mr. Garcia's disciplinary infractions, his inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change, I would not be in support of his discretionary parole today. I would be willing to rehear him in a year. That's where I am. And that's been our.
Yeah, I was looking at like March or April.
March or April of 27.
Mm-hmm. June? May, June?
Okay, we can do, I would do June, I mean, honestly,
I'm looking at how much time would be remaining that could benefit him on.
well, he has 2 years of probation, so anything that he does.
But yeah, he doesn't have a sponsor and got a lot on his plate to get in order.
June is only a month difference, but I could do June. That hopefully will give him time to connect with CCAR, you know, do some program, like get a viable relapse prevention plan, because for now, he said he's gonna do an inpatient treatment if needed, and it's obvious that he needs something. Some other form.
Are you on board, Ms. Chance?
I am on board with the deny, but I'm not in favor of the rehear.
Okay. So in the matter of John Garcia, inmate number 327814, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to your poor institutional adjustment, your inadequate evidence of your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we will rehear you, Mr. Garcia, in June of 2027. We recommend you not get any additional disciplinary reports and you engage in programming, come back with a solid relapse prevention plan. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
And the decision will reflect that Ms. Chance opposed the rehear.
All right, who do you need next? I don't have the La Cruz yet.
This concludes the hearing for John Garcia, inmate number 327814.
Aaron?
Baron,
Yeah.
Who do you need next? Hernandez?
Baron.
Huh?
Baron,
Barron. Come on, Dan.
It's 7.
No, go ahead.
You don't need a chair, right?
About. Yeah, same issue last week. Talking about it, she's. I think another fine.
Yeah, you got that, now you gotta make some ones. Since it's not.
Yeah. Thank you.
Brought us to the right.
Excuse me.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Present is the Office of Victim Services and the board's supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
John Michael Farron, 373-413.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for John Farron, inmate number 373-413. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, followed by 5 years of special parole for attempt to commit murder, assault, first, and risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 29, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed all his original recommended OAP programs: domestic violence, individual therapy, voices, health and wellness, SMART now 1 through 4, current events, art group, GCI video, stress management, coping skills, relaxation group, low impact exercise, game changers group, and men's trauma group. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Farron, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I believe I've conducted myself throughout my incarceration properly. I've had great remorse and guilt, regret. I've tried to make use of the counseling made available to me. I've gone through the programs as recommended and anything I could avail myself of. During the course of my incarceration, I've had no disciplinary issues, no tickets. I follow the rules. I've respected the correction officers in the system, respect other inmates. I believe that under those circumstances, it would be appropriate for the board to provide me with parole at this point. I do have a sponsor for when I get out. My sister and my brother-in-law have offered to sponsor me. I lived with them for about 4 years as I was awaiting trial and sentencing. And I appreciate the fact that they're prepared to let me come back into their home. I have a number of medical issues. I had COVID a couple of times and I've been
I'm going to
dealing
ask
with-
you not to get into any details about personal medical information. You
Okay.
have a right to your privacy.
Okay. Well, I need medical care when I get out of here.
Okay, so that's a reason you want parole, but we're really focused on why you deserve parole.
Okay.
Anything else to add?
Well, I believe that upon release, I still have something to contribute to the community. I've been committed all my life to the merits of public service. I think if I were released, I could still make a contribution to society. And I hope to be able to do so. So that's essentially a summary of why I think it'd be appropriate for the board to approve my parole.
Well, thank you for that suggestion and that information. What's going to happen, Mr. Farron, is that we're going to take turns asking questions of you based on the documents that were available to us. Pre-sentence investigation, sentencing transcript, your interview with the parole officer, police reports, etc. And then the panel will discuss we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services. And then the panel will discuss your case and make our decision. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. We are in receipt of a letter dated July 6th, 2026 from the state's attorney in the Judicial District of Stamford and Norwalk. They have registered opposition to the granting of parole. The letter in part says the court has specifically acknowledged the physical and emotional trauma of the victim in denying the 2023 sentence modification. Mr. Farron still presents a continuing danger to the victim if granted early release. The full sentence of the court should be imposed. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that.
Thank you.
So you've already highlighted the positive things about your incarceration, so I won't go over that again. In the domestic violence program you completed in 2021, was that, because it was during COVID, was that just in your cell and not in a group setting?
As I recall, I think it was both.
It's unlikely that it would have been both. It read like it was done in your cell.
Yeah, I don't really recall. It may have been, yes.
All right, so what did you take away from that program in particular?
Well, in large measure, to anticipate bad things that can happen and be prepared to remove myself from situations, and also to deal with the communication that's necessary, just to understand the other person involved and the need to safeguard against any negative consequences from a domestic situation.
This seemed to evolve out of a situation where you were not able to regulate your emotions and chose to act out in violence. Do I have that correct?
I think that is correct.
Okay. Frankly, so when you say anticipate, I'm still speaking. When you say anticipate bad things that can happen, that's you checking in with yourself about where you are emotionally so that you think before you act?
Yes, and also to not find myself in a situation where emotions get heightened.
Well, it's not a problem when emotions have intensity. It's what you do with it, right?
Yes.
That's and correct. It's called emotional self-regulation.
Yes.
And if you pause and you breathe and you allow yourself to have the feeling wash over you, then your brain can kick in and you can make decisions based on thought and not emotion.
That's correct. I agree.
So you have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2064. Can you tell me what you understand that means?
Well, not to come in contact or with any of those who are identified as victims.
Certainly, in this day and age, you have to be aware that you cannot reach out through social media or through any electronic means. But yes, because we're also talking about a family connection here,
right?
You cannot reach out through a third person and send messages to the victims.
I understand, and I fit that within the definition of contact.
Okay, well, I need to make sure that our understanding is mutual.
Yes.
And your definition was rather limited. So I wanted to make sure that there are these other ways that contact can happen aside from running into someone in a grocery store that can result in a violation of the protective order. So I need assurance that you understand what the court intended with the order.
Yes, I do. And I understand that the victims do not want any contact, and that's all the more reason why I would not want to inflict.
Well, that's why the order is in place. Yes.
Correct.
Because it was requested.
And I respect that completely.
So this situation in 2010 went down because the victim had initiated divorce proceedings, and that's not what you wanted. Is that a good summary?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So what happened to you in this situation? Why would you resort to such extreme acts of violence and cause such tremendous life-altering injuries to the victim?
I frankly don't understand what happened, which is why I've sought out counseling through psychologists and all to understand how my reasoning lost track of what was the appropriate thing to do. And I've spent years dealing with that. I frankly don't understand how myself as an individual and given my life, why that happened. But I'm convinced it will not happen again. I wouldn't.
Okay, well, I'm gonna stop you there because I think, you know, in order for, you know, the behavior to not repeat, you have to understand why it happened to begin with. So, you know, assurances that you wouldn't do it again feel somewhat meaningless, Mr. Farron, if you don't and can't explain why you would resort to such extreme violence over a protracted period that endangered the victim's very life. Are you aware of the injuries that you caused?
Yes.
And you've taken the Voices program.
Yes.
You mentioned great remorse. Is there anything that you would say by way of an apology?
Oh, I regret it completely. I regret the impact it had on the victims, on my family. I regret it completely. And as to why I did it, I clearly felt like I was in absolute crisis of free fall, something that I had not anticipated to ever occur. And I just don't see myself ever being in that situation again. I don't.
Right. Well, it wouldn't have to be the exact situation, but you know, it's something similar. So expressing regret is not the same as an apology. So again, is there something you might want to say by way of an actual apology?
Well, I apologize, yes, absolutely, to my former wife, to my children, to my family, to my friends who I've let down, former associates who I've let down. I've been dealing with this level of regret now for years. So I definitely apologize if I can't contact them, so there's no way I.
But this is a forum where it would be an opportunity to offer an apology and an appropriate opportunity, I would think.
And that's what I'm doing. I have not had that opportunity in the past, but I'm clearly prepared to do that now. I've been prepared to do that for years.
It was concerning to me to read in the details of the assault that you threatened to commit suicide with a knife. Do you feel like your mental health has been restored, and do you understand what was going on for you at the time?
Yes, I thought at the time that it was the end of my life in large measure, and I've spent a great deal of time with psychologists and doing, as I was going through that 4-year retrial process and trying to cope with my emotions at the time and to deal with how to go forward. And I think I've reached a good place in that sense. And I'm not fearful of that going forward.
So your threats of suicide, that was not an attempt to manipulate the victim. That was not part of trying to regain control over the situation and keep her from leaving the house and projecting guilt onto her.
No, it was not. No, it was I thought my life was over at that point.
is it your position that the filing for divorce came out of the blue?
Yes. Yes.
No signs on your part that the marriage was in trouble?
Well, my wife had just had a child, and I frankly thought that, yes, she was depressed. I thought it was postpartum. And I talked to her about that. She said she did not believe it was. So yes, I knew that after the birth of the child that she was going through problems. I just did not believe that she was going to seek divorce at that point.
Did I read correctly that your employment history involves you as being an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, it's 2026, you know, back then it was 2010. You know, divorce is not an uncommon thing. It's interesting that your interpretation was that your life was over. You were, you know, not even 50, right? So,
Yes.
okay, well, I'm going to pass the opportunity on to my colleagues. Ms. Chance, any questions for Mr. Farron?
Yes, I have a few for Mr. Farron, so if you will indulge me. Mr. Farron, what have you learned about yourself during your incarceration?
Well, I've learned that I can endure a great deal because being incarcerated does involve a great deal of toleration of circumstances, culture, other people, just the environment. So I think I've developed a degree of resilience that frankly I did not think I had.
And so have you changed how you would respond to difficult situations?
Yes, because frankly, you encounter, you observe, sometimes you're drawn into very difficult situations here. And I've learned to deal with it. I've learned that the response always has to be one of respect for other people. And that frankly has gotten me through.
So can I stop you there and go back to applying what you're saying to your actually offense that was committed?
Yeah, I that's why I said I would have now. My whole being is very different. I think I would respond very differently. The fact that I can't necessarily explain why things happen doesn't mean I don't have a comprehension that I should have done things differently. I wish I had done things differently. And I certainly have conducted myself very differently since.
So how do you think that you will respond differently to a difficult or a high-risk situation that brought you to incarceration?
Well, my response would have to be different. A calm, respectful response. And frankly, as you find in here during incarceration, the number one response has to be to remove yourself from the situation. And that's the way I would, as I look back, that's clearly what I should have done.
Mm-hmm. What do you think might have helped you to make better decisions at the time of your crime?
Well, I probably should have sought out help at the time. Help meaning I did not seek legal counsel at the time. I really
Just
thought
legal
that,
counsel?
excuse me,
Just legal counsel is what you
Well-
would have sought?
well, I probably would have talked to friends at the time too, who themselves have gone through divorce. I say legal counsel, I mean a divorce attorney. I did not see divorce advice. And I probably should have. I really had thought that the divorce could be avoided. And I should have recognized that I was in an unavoidable situation in that sense.
So I guess, you know, you're saying that you would have sought legal counsel because the divorce should not have come about. But what about a therapist or some form of counseling, which you alluded to in your opening statement?
Right. Well, I perhaps should have done that as well, and that might have come out of a discussion with an attorney who's skilled in divorce and has helped other people through the process. Everything happened so quickly, and so suddenly that really wasn't in front of my mind at the time.
So what do you think were the consequences of your crime on your victims, their
Well,
family,
I'm
and,
I feel-
on the community itself?
Well, I clearly disrupted their lives terribly. I think about that every day. I really hope to be there to help my children through life, and I've not been able to. I know it's put a tremendous burden on their mother. I think about that every day.
How many children do you have, Mr. Farron?
Too.
Okay. And I asked that question because when my colleague asked you about the situation that occurred, your response was after the birth of the child. You didn't say our child. And so that was concerning to me.
Mhm.
So can you say why your response was after the birth of the child versus our child?
Well, not entirely sure it is my child.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Farron, I thank you for answering my questions and I wish you the best of luck. Madam
Thank you.
Chair, I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Barry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Farron, I appreciate the discussion that you've had with my colleagues thus far. I just have a few questions because I'm surprised, frankly, by your answers here today. You took this case to trial, which you have every right to do that. Can you explain to me what was the premise of your taking this case to trial?
Yes, I felt that I was overcharged at the time.
How much time did you get a plea? Did they give you an offer prior to your taking it to trial?
Yes, I think the last offer was 6 years.
Any supervision followed?
Not that I recall, no. It was 6 or 7 years was the last offer I got.
And
Not
so
sure.
you turned it down because you thought you deserved less time?
Well, yes, and I thought that the charges at the time, as I was not agreeing to a plea that's over the course of 4 years, they were increasing the charges and adding charges. And I thought that was not correct. And so I frankly felt that by taking to the trial, I could deal with the fact that the expanded charges were just not appropriate.
Okay. And so now, you have appealed the, conviction several times, but you've been denied.
Yes,
And, so I saw that you, when the officer asked you to tell them what happened on the day of your arrest, you said that you, were in no position to make a statement because you were appealing the case.
there's a habeas petition filed with the federal court in New Haven that's still pending, yes.
Under what premise?
Lack of adequate counsel.
Oh, okay, so it has nothing to do with, your, assaulting this victim.
No, although if the federal court found in my favor and sent it back, there could be another trial or further discussions with the state about resolving it. But there could be another trial, in which case I'd have to be prepared for the evidence at that time.
So you're willing to have this victim go relive that all over again? Because you're saying you had a legal counsel?
Well, I'd like to establish as a legal matter that I was not properly represented by legal
I thought
counsel.
you represented yourself initially.
No, initially I had two attorneys, and it was only after I concluded that they were not acting on my behalf properly that I asked to represent myself, and at the exact same time I asked for a public defender since I had no access to funds at the time. And I did represent myself for a period of time, and then asked the court to relieve me of that. And then instead of giving me a new attorney or a public defender, they had the exact same attorneys come back into the case, which
Okay.
is
Right.
which is really part of what the
At least
federal
now-
court is now being asked to consider.
Okay, so now I understand why you were appealing the case. But it doesn't negate the facts of the case, right? It's not I'm sorry.
Disputed.
Yes, you're disputing what you did to this victim.
Well, during the course of the trial, I did not have legal counsel effectively
Oh, I'm gonna
representing
stop
me
you,
to
Mr.
deal with the
Chairman.
facts.
I'm going to stop you, please, because I think I asked a specific question. So you're not disputing the facts as described in the official description of what happened?
Well,
That's a yes or a
I'm
no?
not sure what official description you're talking about.
Okay,
That should have been determined by the court during a trial with me having effective counsel.
but you were found guilty by a jury of your peers based on the information that they were presented. I know that you've had an opportunity to review the official documents, right?
And I
So-
think the official document might read differently if I had had effective counsel. That's my point.
How so? The police officers, when they interview people, okay, I'm not gonna go into that. But I would like to know, what does your having ineffective counsel have to do with your inability to answer a question about what happened the day of your arrest?
Because that may be, I have not testified in trial, and that may in fact come up if I am granted a new trial.
So what did you do? Tell me your version of what happened the day that you beat this lady up.
I am prepared to do that after I have final legal judgment, and the federal district court is considering that right now.
So are you disputing the fact that you beat her with a metal flashlight?
I have not testified to that.
I'm
have not.
asking you now, I'm asking you, did you beat her? That's a yes or no. Did you beat her with the metal flashlight?
I think it would be inappropriate for you to ask me that question when I still have an open issue before a court that may bring me back to trial.
I appreciate your position, sir, but you're before us asking us for discretionary for early release consideration. And part of the reason we ask these lines of questions is to make to see the level of responsibility a person accepts for their behavior. Well, and so I'm asking you, did you beat this victim? And it says in the official documents that you beat her with a flashlight, and you're telling me that you're not in a position to answer that question. If you didn't use, what did you use then? I mean, is it the object that I'm describing, or are you denying that you beat her? I'm trying to understand.
I don't think I need to make a statement with regard to the specific facts in the case, given that it's still pending. I'm prepared to say that I absolutely regret anything and everything that happened. Absolutely. But I don't believe I should be compelled to offer you a description when in fact I may find myself, depending on what the federal court does, back dealing with those facts and information before a court sometime in the future.
Okay, so are you aware, Mr. Farron, that your then wife, fighting for her life, grabbed your children, both of them, and was able to gather the strength to get into her car and drive to another person's house, someone she didn't know, and ask them to call 911 before she went unconscious?
I am aware that those facts from her were presented to me. Yes, I was not at my trial, so I did not hear those facts in the courtroom. I did not attend the trial.
I guess then, if it were that situation, and I guess my next question would be, how did she get that way? But it's your position that you're not answering any of those questions. So for me, I really have to tell you that based on the description that was provided, all of the behavior is concerning. I have one more question, and then I'm done, Chair and Ms. Chance. I'd like to know, prior to this offense occurring, had you ever threatened any other threats, I guess, of violence or physical harm to this victim?
No.
All right, thank you.
So at this time, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. And while we are in this phase of the hearing, Mr. Farron, you are not to speak. Ms. DeJesus?
Yes, good morning, board members. I will be reading a statement from one of the victims, and then the other two victims will read their own statements. I'll begin. To the Board of Pardons and Parole, my name is Abigail Scharf. I am the daughter of John Farron, and I am writing to ask you to deny his request for parole. Please deny this request and make him serve his full sentence. As much as I would like to read my statement to you myself, being in his presence would undo years of work to be mentally and emotionally stable and okay. I graduated from college in 2025, and upon graduating, I fulfilled a lifelong goal of moving to a city in a state adjacent to Connecticut. While I knew it was not a long-term option for me due to my father, I wanted to have this experience. His prison sentence allowed me to make this choice, since I believed I would have several years until his release. I have been living my life to the fullest because I believed we still had time to enjoy our lives before preparing for his release. I am lucky enough to have close friends here, my dream career, and a life that I have worked very hard to build. I am even fostering a cat. Everything in my life felt stable and secure until I learned about his request a few months ago to participate in a community release program. Thankfully, that request was denied. And 2 months later, here I am again. I have tried extremely hard to live my life without thinking about my father. And for the most part, I have been able to do that. After the 2010 attack, I started seeing a child trauma therapist weekly until he went to prison in September 2014. This was the first time in my life I was finally able to live my life without a looming fear of my father. Since then, he has been the equivalent of a monster in my nightmares, or a story I had to uncomfortably disclose when someone would pry into my family history. I pushed away the idea of him as a real person because that was the only way I could emotionally move forward. It takes so much for me to even accept that he is thinking and breathing somewhere at this moment. Hence, why it is impossible to read this statement myself. Now, I feel like I have been pulled backward into a chapter of my life that I had escaped years ago. If he is released early, for my own well-being, I will likely need to relocate far away, which would separate me from my close-knit family. This decision would put all of our lives into a free fall as we scatter and flee the Northeast. This would most likely affect my little sister, now 16 years old, should have to uproot her life in order to feel safe at school or think about whether her mother can attend her graduation. I beg you to give her as much time as possible by denying parole until he serves his full sentence. What makes his release even more frightening is that I saw my father being an extremely angry and unpredictable person. Throughout my childhood, his anger could appear completely out of nowhere, and it was intentional. As a small child, I learned how to behave in ways that would hopefully prevent his anger from being directed at me or my mother. I remember one moment when I was 6 years old and eating corn the quote unquote wrong way. He exploded at me, cursing at me, and then locked himself in his room for days. That was the environment we lived in. As a child, I was constantly aware of his moods and trying to avoid setting him off. It is not as if my father was incapable of controlling his anger. He maintained a powerful and respected public role every day while simultaneously terrorizing our family privately. He worked at the White House as a leading voice on ethics and law, while at home he used torture tactics like sleep deprivation against my mother. For all the limitations that may be placed on him if released, I cannot trust that he will follow them. He clearly understood the law and chose to violently break it. No member of my family is willing to risk our safety by assuming he will suddenly respect boundaries now. What scares me the most is that I have no idea how 16 years of anger and resentment may come out if he is released early. None of us know what his intentions toward my sister and I were after that attack in 2010. He had previously told my mother that if she left him, he would make my life, quote unquote, a living hell. It has been gut-wrenching to watch the toll this has taken on my sister, who was a 4-month-old at the time of the attack. She has been able to have a wonderful childhood, largely because my father has been incarcerated. Now she is being forced to reckon with the reality that a person who has such hatred toward our mother and our family exists and may soon be physically present again. I was lucky enough to have a normal high school experience with the stereotypical worries of a teenager. I want my sister to have the same memories of a time where her next midterm was her largest stress. It has also been heartbreaking to watch what this has done to my mother emotionally. I have spent years watching her recover, grow, and become the strong and confident woman she had always been. Seeing her suddenly so terrified again, is devastating. In the past few months since his initial request, I broke down in ways I have not in years. My boyfriend of 3 years said he had never seen me so scared. I have spent so long learning how to articulate my emotions on this subject, but now I'm struggling to write this statement because of all it unearths. I feel like a 7-year-old trying to process and prepare for something that I cannot control. Please make him serve the full sentence before my family is forced to dramatically alter our lives for our safety. Please give us the time we believe we had, the time to live freely, but also the time to prepare ourselves emotionally and practically for the eventual reality of his release. Sincerely, Abigail Scharf. I will now ask the victim to unmute her microphone, and you may begin your statement. I am to remind you that you are to address the panel members only, and you may begin.
Hello, to the board. My younger daughter, Lily Rose, who is Mr. Farron's daughter, we did IVF. There was no mistake that it's his daughter. She intended to read her short statement to you off camera this morning, but this morning, the thought of participating in this hearing was so overwhelming for her that she asked me to read it, which I'm going to do after I read my own statement. Thank you for hearing our strong opposition to the request for parole. I am the attempted murder victim of Mr. Farron and a protected party, along with my 2 daughters, Abigail and Lily Rose, under the 50-year criminal no contact order. The court's imposition in 2014 of the longest no contact order permissible under law reflects the court's determination that long-term protection is necessary in this case. As the board can imagine, this request has brought the trauma that my daughters and I experienced because of Mr. Farron's crime to the forefront of our lives. This statement, however, is not focused on the raw emotion and terror of possible parole, but is rather grounded in the factors that the Board of Pardons and Paroles must consider, which all point to the continued incarceration for the duration of his sentence. I understand you have a full docket, and my aim is to make my statement as succinct as possible, but I am very happy to answer any questions that you have. I want to briefly describe the attack, and not for purposes of rehashing what Mr. Farron was found guilty of, but rather to highlight why parole is inappropriate here. Mr. Farron was convicted, as you know, of attempted murder and risk of injury to minor children following a prolonged and extremely violent assault of me. Mr. Farron brutally attacked me for over 30 minutes, using a long metal mag-like flashlight to break my jaw, the bones in my face, and strike my skull and face more than 10 times, causing a traumatic brain injury. He strangled me. He pulled out gobs of my hair, literally scalping me. He carried out this attack with my 2 daughters, then 4 months old and 7 years old, sleeping less than 20 feet away. He was goal-oriented and eerily calm throughout the violent attack, during which I lost consciousness several times. The only reason I survived is because Mr. Farron left me for dead, and I regained consciousness and escaped the home with my two daughters, covered in blood. I almost died. The paramedics and police testified they did not think I would survive. It took years to recover. Before the attack, I was an energy attorney, but due to the traumatic brain injury, I am on long-term disability and unable to work. In 2023, Judge Gary White in Stanford, in his decision denying Mr. Farron's request for early release, called the attack savage and recognized the permanent physical and psychological harm I sustained. This was intentional, targeted, and near fatal violence. And this is really important to understand. There were no external impairments. There was no drugs, no alcohol. This extreme violence resulted from me refusing to withdraw the divorce papers, telling Mr. Farron I would file a motion for reconciliation, which would pause the divorce for 6 months if he agreed to go to therapy to deal with his anger. This is the first time I've ever heard some suggestion that I had postpartum. I did not have postpartum. Mr. Farron had left the White House, and I felt like, he would, without this stressful job, he would probably be relaxed and become nicer, but I was very wrong. His anger during that year I was pregnant started to be directed to our then 6-year-old daughter, Abigail. And throughout that year, I begged him to get therapy and said, I've stayed with you all these years to protect her, and now I'm pregnant. But if you can't fix your anger, this is finished, because I need to think of the girls. We had discussed divorce before. I just bring that up because he mentioned that we had, and it was a surprise. And he lured me to the master bedroom that night after I had breastfed our 4-month-old. It was not a snapping situation. And during the nearly 5 years after the attack, when he got rid of his attorneys, tried to delay the case over and over again before he was finally convicted and sentenced, Mr. Farron did not accept any responsibility for his actions or express any remorse. There's 4 points I want to ask the board to consider. First, it's critical to understand that there is a gap between the outward functioning of Mr. Farron and his capacity for extreme violence. Before the attempted murder, Mr. Farron was a strict rule follower, and he achieved great career success, demonstrating composure and politeness. Shockingly, Mr. Farron's career was centered on ethics and behavior. He was the chief ethics officer and general counsel for Xerox. And after that, while he was in the West Wing of the White House as the #2 lawyer under George W. Bush, he was responsible for vetting judges who were up for judicial appointments. His behavior in prison and his participation in rehabilitation efforts are in no way predictive of his behavior upon release. My second point is the ongoing identifiable victim risk. This case presents a high-risk, victim-specific scenario. I'm not an anonymous member of the public. I am the known and intended victim of this attempted homicide. Parole would introduce a real risk of lethal contact. All 3 of us, me and my 2 daughters, reside in adjoining states to Connecticut. My third point is that parole is incompatible with safe community supervision. This is not a manageable supervision scenario. Monitoring systems and geographic restrictions are not fail-safe, and the consequences of failure in this case would be catastrophic. One of the most concerning factors is that Mr. Farron's lifelong fixation on revenge. During the 16 years I was with Mr. Farron, from 1994 to 2010, I witnessed numerous instances of him seeking revenge, taking pride in ruining people's careers who did not support him, and threatening me personally to make my and my daughter's lives, quote, a living hell if I ever left him. And he certainly delivered on that threat. It's important to note that Mr. Farron has millions of dollars from his retirement savings and monthly pension from Xerox. I mention this because he will have no issue funding any revenge he seeks against me. My fourth and final point, before I read Lily Rose's very short statement, is the impact of this parole on Lily Rose. She's only 16. I'm the sole caregiver of Lily Rose. Her safety and stability depend on my ability to live without ongoing fear of targeted harm. It is critical that Mr. Farron serve his full term so that Lily Rose can reach adulthood before the release. Parole would destabilize her living and educational environment. She turns 18 in August 2027, next year. Denying parole will allow her to reach 18 before his release. In conclusion, Judge White, in his 2023 opinion denying release that Mr. Farron sought, he said, quote, "The victim said she is so afraid of the defendant that whenever his prison sentence ends, hers will figuratively begin." I would say to the board that that statement remains as true today as it did 3 years ago, not only for me, but for my 2 daughters. We are terrified. We thought the 15-year sentence ended in early 2029, but we just recently learned that he's been getting 5 days off his sentence every month. So now the release date is late 2027. This is just happening so fast. Make no mistake, we know we will have to alter our lives if he is released, and we will. But please give us the maximum time possible for us to plan for that. And if it's now okay with the board, I'd like to read Lily Rose's statement. Hello. Hold on one second. Hello, I am the daughter of John Farron, who is requesting parole. It is difficult for me to have him hear my voice, but I want the board to hear from me directly why I am asking you to deny the request. I was with my mom when she got notice of his request for community release a few months ago, and she was deeply shaken. I went back to boarding school that evening and became overwhelmed with the gravity of this. All of a sudden, it was so real. I barely slept, and the next morning in class, I broke down and had to go to the health center to talk with a counselor. My teachers and the dean of students were very sympathetic and allowed me to make up my exam and other work. Thankfully, that request was denied. I thought it was over and I could relax, but now there is this request for parole. Releasing him now from prison is unfair to me. When I was accepted at boarding school, my mom and I felt it was safe to go because we had the security of him being in prison. I'm not prepared to deal with this heavy weight on my shoulders while I just finished my sophomore year in high school. I grew up with the comfort of knowing that I would be 18 when he got out and never considered or knew that early release was a possibility. I love being at school. I have a great group of friends and I'm doing really well academically. If he is released, I wouldn't feel safe being a boarding student at a school so close to Connecticut and would need to consider changing schools. Being away from my mother, with whom I am so close, and attempting to deal with this huge change wouldn't be possible. Please give me as much time as possible to be a high school student without worrying about my safety and the safety of my mom and my sister. What happened has had a serious impact on me and my sense of security. Knowing that the person who nearly killed my mother could be out of prison makes it difficult for me to feel at ease, especially while I am trying to focus on school and finish high school. I should be able to feel safe where I live and study, but this situation makes that very hard. For all these reasons, please deny the request. Lily Rose Scharf.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. We appreciate the input, Ms. Scharf, and that of your two daughters.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Farren, at this point in the hearing, we're going to discuss your case. We ask that you not interrupt. So this was a horrific assault. Entirely unprovoked and life endangering, as we heard from the victim and her daughters. I too had some concerns in questioning Mr. Farren about his acceptance of responsibility. It felt like he struggled to actually apologize. The use of the words remorse, guilt, regret are his experience without really, acknowledging responsibility for the harm. He made some assurances that he would not find himself using this level of violence in the future, but without being able to explain exactly why it happened. Saying specifically he doesn't understand what happened. And that raises concerns for me. I take some assurance and hope the victims do as well that Mr. Farren's sentence includes 5 years of special parole. His eligibility date for discretionary parole is at the end of December, and his end of sentence is at the end of October of next year. So we're talking about a 10-month difference in the time that he serves. And the victims have made compelling argument for the need for that time to prepare for their own safety. There is a standing criminal protective order, and there will be supervision at the level of parole for oversight as he transitions back into the community. But as of today, I am not prepared to grant Mr. Farren early release to discretionary parole. Ms. Chance?
Yes, Madam Chair, I agree with what you're saying. And I think for me, I was truly concerned when I asked Mr. Farren what he had learned about himself during this incarceration. And he never acknowledged that he had a problem with anger, which it appears to have been quite obvious during the period of time that he spent with his former wife and children. So that was very, very concerning to me. And not being able to actually talk about the actual incident, as Ms. Berry had tried to get him to acknowledge, is also very concerning. So despite Mr. Farren having completed several programs, I do not find him suitable today. And it's just due to the nature and circumstances and the injury and impact to the victim, and the strong objections from the state attorney. So that's where I am.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not in support of discretionary parole to either.
Okay. I would like to add to the suggested reasons by Ms. Chance, inadequate evidence of offender change.
Absolutely. I had a question mark with that.
So in setting his special parole conditions, I have behavior management for domestic violence, a mental health evaluation, and treatment is deemed necessary, and no contact with victims MSAF or AS and EF or ES.
Yeah, I think that we probably need to get some clarification because I'm not sure that
Last names.
not even the last name, but the first name. I mean, he said the name's Lily Rose, so I'm not sure if she should legally change her name or if her name is Elizabeth, so. I mean,
Would you like me to speak to that?
Please go right ahead.
So, through a court proceeding, the girls and myself changed our last name to my maiden name, Scharf. So it's Abigail Scharf, Lily Rose Scharf, and me, Mary Scharf.
So not Elizabeth.
It's her name, her actual formal name is Elizabeth Scharf, but she goes by, it's Elizabeth Rosemary Scharf, but she has always gone by Lily Rose. And I believe that the protective order wrote Lily Rose, but her formal name is actually Elizabeth Rosemary.
We'll be sure
Her
the
legal
decision reflects the name and the name she goes by.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but if you're putting restrictions, maybe I should just do this offline, but is there any means to have GPS monitoring as a requirement?
That would be decided by parole.
Okay.
We're just setting the conditions for his supervision, but the nuts and bolts parole handles. So thank you for that clarification. So in the matter of John Farren, inmate number 373413, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, and inadequate evidence of offender change. I further move to set the following conditions for the 5-year period of special parole that is part of Mr. Farren's sentence: behavior management for domestic violence, a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and no contact with the victims MS, AS, and ES. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
So, for John, if you know 373413.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pick it up here.
How are you, man? Who do you want next?
Bruce.
Dela Cruz, please. And then we'll do Bryant.
Dela Cruz.
Oh, yeah, because we have
That's a victim.
How you doing? You okay? Your hands still.
You don't have to sit down, sir.
So, Mr. Dela Cruz, we need to continue your hearing to the next available date because of additional time needed for victim outreach. So in the matter of Joel Dela Cruz, inmate number 448851, I make a motion to continue his discretionary parole hearing to a future date. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. Dela Cruz, we apologize for the inconvenience today, but you'll be on a docket in the very near future.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Joel Dela Cruz, number 448851.
Yeah, the IG and the pass. Would you like next minute?
Bryant,
Brian.
I don't want to keep checking in, you know. I'm gonna write them.
Yes.
Good
Morning.
morning. Wait. Do I sit face this way?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Hannah McBarry.
Joy Chance,
Also present is the Office of Victim Services and the Board Supervising Psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Richard Bryant. What do you want me to say? What else to say?
Your inmate number.
191960. Sorry about that.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Richard Bryant, inmate number 191960. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 5 years, followed by 10 years probation for legal sexual contact with the victim under 16. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 7th, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short track problem sexual behavior program from his original recommended OAP programs. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for voices, higher education, vocational needs, and addiction services and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Bryant, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes. First, I'd like to thank the following people that are here for this parole hearing. Since I've been here at Osborne, and the first one was McDougal. I've learned a lot. I took the class that I needed to class. I took the class that I needed to understand all the different circumstances and responsibilities of my actions, and I've took this time that being sentenced to really evaluate myself, why and give me a second, why this happened and what I could have done to not have this happen. It's only a one-time thing for me, and this will never happen again to me. I will continue with the counselor that I had at the community health building in New Britain, Allison Cormier. That was my counselor. She prepared me for a lot of things that was going to come about, and I can continue that when I be released and follow, whatever the parole person says I have to do. There will be no problem out of me. I still have I still have, being 65, I still have a good life ahead of me. I noticed from reading and, you know, I study reading the Bible and I'm a good person. I've always been a good person. This never happened to me before. This is a one-time thing, and I already made it up in my mind. And I wanted to first say to I don't know if I can say her name.
No, do not use her name.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you know, I know I can't talk to her no more or whatever. All I know is I'm not, you know, I've always had a good life, you know, and I've never, I know I was charged with this. I accepted it and everything, and I've learned a lot. Even though I was a person that went to church, I still go to church. I believe in the Lord, you know, my Lord God, and he's just the time that I've been here. He's made me understand that everything's going to be all right. You know, just obey, you know, do what you're told and be consistent on being
Okay,
good.
Mr. Bryant, we're getting a little far afield.
Right.
Would it be okay for us to move into asking the questions that we prepared?
Yes.
And then after we're done with the questions, we'll turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services. And at the end, we'll discuss your case amongst ourselves and give you our decision.
Yeah,
We're going to begin the questions this morning with panel member Barry.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair. So, Mr. Bryant, you seem to be struggling with saying what actually occurred. I know that you have some ailments, but I'm not talking about your verbiage. I'm not talking about your speaking impediment. I'm not talking about that. So, why are you in prison, sir?
I'm in prison for the sexual
Assault?
sexual assault.
So you're in prison for the sexual assault?
Yeah, the one that there was only one. Yes.
So I'm in prison because I sexually assaulted a child?
Yeah, it was a 16-year-old, if I can say that.
You can say that she was, that was, you can say she was 16, but she says it happened, okay. So you're in prison
Yes, ma'am.
for,
Yes, ma'am.
so can you say I'm in prison for sexually assaulting a minor? Can you say that?
Yes. I'm in prison for sexually assaulting
A child.
minor. Yes.
So, you know, and you sexually assaulted this victim, so I appreciate your stating that.
Yes.
And I heard you say in your opening statement that this was a one-time incident.
That's
The
correct.
victim in this case says that you assaulted her from ages 9 to 17. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that statement, but I know I'm telling you the truth because
Okay.
I only okay.
All right.
Yes.
So tell me if this was a one-time thing, what did you do to this victim? What did you do? I don't want to hear anything about what the victim did. What did you do, Mr. Bryant?
I I don't remember, I mean, I wanna say I don't remember, but I feel I didn't do anything else except for the one time that I let what
And I'm
happened.
asking you what you did in that one time. What did you do?
I sat there on the couch and
And let her do what?
oh, if I can say, yeah, let her give me,
Fellatio.
yes. Yep, that happened, yes.
Okay. And so my review of the documents indicate that
You said that this victim wanted
wanted to have sex with you.
Yeah, after that was done, the thing we just mentioned,
Yes.
she went in another room to
So I'm going to stop you, Mr. Bryant, because you're struggling to speak, and I think it's a yes or a no question. So
okay.
you said that this victim wanted to have sex.
Yes,
And do you know what is wrong with that statement?
yes, because
Yes or no?
yes,
What is wrong with it?
it's
Inappropriate, right?
yes,
Why?
ma'am. Because she's underage, she's not my age, she's a young child.
So
Okay.
you made two statements that were concerning to me, and
Oh,
during your being interviewed in preparation for today's hearing. You said, one, that you let her give you head, and you said, two, that she wanted to have sex. And I'm not sure where this 9-year-old child would learn about giving a grown person fellatio. That's one thing. And the second thing is that as an adult, you know that you should not be participating in that kind of behavior. Is that a fair statement?
that statement would be a fair statement, but that's not true. You said 9 years old. She was not 9 years old. She
I'm
was
telling
6.
you that she says that you sexually assaulted her. She went to the authorities in 2020 and reported that you sexually assaulted her from ages 9 to 17, that you grabbed her breasts, that you took out your your private parts, I'll say, and that you performed oral sex on her. And yeah, you need to read the official description, sir, because there's a lot of stuff. And so you're saying to us that you allowed this one thing to happen, and that she initiated it is problematic for a person, in my opinion, who says that they've learned from this whole ordeal. And the second thing is that I didn't hear you say anything with regard to an apology to this victim for what you did to her.
If I may speak, yes. I apologize for that one indication. I have taken the class.
It's not a class, sir. It's problem sexual behavior treatment. That's not a class. It's treatment.
Yes, I did that. I did that because I learned everything about this situation, and that I was wrong. I was the older person. I was a grown man. I would never, I'm not that kind of person to do something over and over and over. That's not me. I've never done that. As I swear to God with that, and God knows that. I know what I did. I sat there and I let her, and that's it. I never grabbed in, I never did, those other things. I didn't read the whole,
Well, you should. You really
Yeah.
should. That's why you got the amount of time that you did,
yeah,
you know?
I'm just asking, what is that thing? Can I just say this? The only thing that I have is the
PSI,
huh?
the PSI.
I don't know it, but can I just show you? I brought it.
It's okay, but are you saying that that's the only official description that you have of the offense? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, and that is it. I talked to my counselor, Kim.
You spoke with your counselor about it?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant, I understand that you may, you don't agree with all of the facts of your case. I think you did plead under an Alfred doctrine, if I'm not mistaken. And that's all fine and well. I'm telling you what this victim has said. And this is the information that we're going based off of.
So what can I do? Yes, ma'am.
There's nothing you can do about the official description. You pled guilty to the crime, and you said that you didn't agree with all the aspects of the offense. So you've already done all that you can do. So my next question to you is, we received just a final summary of how you did and the sex offender treatment.
Yes.
And one of the things that stood out to me is that one of the risk factors was that you failed to use moral judgment at the time of the offense, but you acknowledged cognitive distortions and impulsive thinking and instant gratification. So yeah. I point that out because it's important that you understand that your impulsivity and your cognitive distortions may have led you to believe that it only happened one time, or it may have led you to believe that she wanted to give you fellatio and that she wanted to have sex with you. I have no idea whether or not that is true. Well, I'm here because you said that that's what happened, and you were convicted of that happening. And so it's important for you moving forward to understand that, one, a person of that age cannot consent to anything. And that two, I know that you're having a difficult time discussing the nature of your crime, and I understand that. But this is just the beginning. To be honest, you're going to be with us until 2029, and then you have 10 years of probation to follow your incarceration. So you're going to have to talk about this. You're going to have to explain it to other people why you're on a sex offender registry. You have to get comfortable with, the nature of your crime because you committed the crime. So
let me know when I can talk, because I'm just listening to you. Yes.
All right, you can talk. I'm done.
Okay. I am comfortable with this, what I've been charged with.
No, you're not.
Yeah. If I can talk, I have no problem whatsoever. I have no problem because I know the truth. I know what I did, and I know it was wrong, and I learned all of I have the paper act because I have to have that because it has everything in it, and I can go by it step by step to explain how I learned what was appropriate, what was inappropriate, what I could have did better from the situation.
Right. You may not believe, honestly, you may not believe that you have a problem with it, but During your whole opening statement, you refused to identify your behavior as sexual in nature. You said the offense or the case. You called the treatment a class. You didn't say that I participated in problem sexual behavior, even if you would have said the sex offender class. I mean, you have a problem with it. Maybe you're not aware of it right now, but it sounds to me that you're struggling with the fact that you're a sex offender at this point, and that, okay. I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying that I'm not holding the fact that you, I can't acknowledge.
No, I'm being straightforward and honest.
Okay.
Listen, if I'm wrong, let God take my life. God knows I didn't do what is being said.
Okay.
They didn't show me. They didn't show me what I was being. What I was being. Yes, I did not have that. I should have got that, because then I would have done. Yes, I should have got that. That's upsetting to me, because now I'm hearing directly from you what she was said and the age and everything, and it's totally wrong. I have the documentation. I've done everything that I had to do.
Yes, you have, Mr. Bryant. I'm not saying that you did it. I'm not saying that.
No.
But we can't. I mean, the facts are. I can't dispute them for now. And
see, but you're talking as best as I can describe it. You're saying what you think, what you have written down that I did, and I'm sitting here, first time ever in any situation like this, or in this situation ever in my life. I'm 65, I'll be 63. I've never been in nothing like this. So it's okay. It is okay. I know who has the last say. I know it's not me, it's God. And he knows I'm right. He knows listen, I will do anything.
So Mr. Bryant, I'm going to stop you, because this is not a trial. You're not, we're not here to dispute your guilt or innocence, sir. And it's not my place to tell you whether or not you're guilty or innocent. That's not my job. My job, just let me tell you, because you want to dispute the facts of the case, and I understand that they're disturbing. But I'm here to tell you, I'm looking at the level of responsibility that you are accepting for committing this crime. That's what I'm, okay, but let me talk, because you think that you have to plead your case to dispute the facts of the crime. And I'm telling you that you don't have to do that. I'm saying to you that my line of questioning came from, my line of questions derived from my wanting to hear your level of responsibility, your acceptance of committing this offense, and some of the things that you've learned and the treatment and that along that line. So that's what this is all about. It's not about Mr. Bryant is innocent or guilty. It's not. It's about your suitability to return it to the community and not commit another one of these offenses. And I heard you say that you have learned your lesson, and I accept that as your response. So I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Bryant. Please allow my colleagues to ask you questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, can I get a second? I just want to get it. I just want to get the paper so I can answer. And I'm looking.
You're looking down. Are there papers on the floor that you need to get them if you need them?
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Ms. Chance, do you have any questions for Mr. Bryant?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sorry, got it.
Mr. Bryan,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
so I know that you struggled with saying that you actually completed the problem sexual behavior treatment program.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to a question that the parole officer asked you during the interview with you.
Okay.
And when you were asked to describe the events as it relates to the crime,
Yeah.
your response was the victim gave you head and wanted to have intercourse with you, but you said no because you were messing around with her mother.
That's correct. That's correct.
That your motivation was selfish gratification.
Selfish.
So I
My-
understood that as you were accepting just partial responsibility and blaming the victim.
No. At that time, just if I may please speak, at that time, I understood that I let what I did, you know, because I took this class. It helped me understand a lot of things were wrong that just being there, being in that situation, just starting at the beginning, and
Mr. Bryan,
yes,
let me just stop you because I want you to think of the situation that you were in. You lived with the mother and you were dating the mother. You were sleeping with the mother. How did you expect to sleep with the daughter?
no,
And that was okay.
I wasn't dating the mom. See, so am I supposed to listen to things that are being in where I live? I didn't date her. She had other men, not just me. Okay, and it's in here about that. You mentioned that I had sex with her. Yes, that was the mom. Her mom would never let nobody touch her daughters. Her mom. She would never do that. So I was wrong for doing this.
So what was your takeaway
Yes,
from the problem sexual behavior treatment, other than the fact that you failed to use moral judgment?
Well, that's one of them. There's a bunch of things. You see, okay.
You mean the fact that you were minimizing it and saying it was a one-time thing when the victim said it was over a period of number of years?
No, I'm telling the truth. I need, ma'am, the only reason I need this is because this is the truth. This is not something that I had typed up. This is the lady that ran the
We have that report, sir.
We have that
right
Mr.
here.
Bryan.
No problem.
I'm talking about you.
Yes,
Okay.
I know.
So what do you think were the consequences of your crime on the victim and the victim's family and friends and community?
Real bad because most of the community knows me. They know me. They know me as a person, as my, you know.
Who do you have for support in the family, in the community?
The mayor of New Britain, Bobby Sanchez,
Mr. Bryan, I'm just going to say to you that from what occurred during the interview with the parole officer, you lived alone. You have one adult son that lives in Farmington, but not in contact with him, and that you would have to go to a halfway house. So where's the community support?
Oh, I was, if I, my community support would be, okay, it would be my landlord, Mr. Pettit, okay? The apartment that I had for this, that my landlord was owner of, was right next to his office on Plainville. I had an apartment by myself. I paid my rent 17 months straight. I didn't lose, I wasn't late with payment or anything. There was no bringing people to the house and stuff like that. I didn't do anything like that. There was never no FEMA or nothing like that. You figure living by myself, if I had some kind of sexual fantasy, then I would do stuff like that. I've never been like that. The only person that I was with was her mom. And they live with me. It's not I live with them. I gave them a place to stay twice.
But that did not give you the right to
No, I'm not.
sexually abuse
Yeah, that doesn't give me no
an
right. You're
underage
absolutely right.
victim.
I
So,
will
Mr.
always.
Bryant, that's what
Yes.
you need to focus on. What
Oh,
you did to this victim,
Yes.
and not able to express any remorse for what you did to her, and
Oh.
instead you're challenging
No,
what she said.
No,
So
I, as God is my witness, I am sorry that I ever did anything like this at all. It only happened that one time, and that one time I paid for it. I'm in prison. I took the class. I understand things that I didn't even know myself. Why? Because I don't have a sexual, sex means nothing to me. Sex is nothing to me. Okay? Listen.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Bryant, and I appreciate you sharing what you did. So I wish you the best of luck. Madam Chair, I'm all set.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would just reply to you, Mr. Bryant, that sexually abusing a child, the tools are sexual in nature, but the purpose is power and control. And you weren't having sex with this victim, you were violating and victimizing her. So at this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services, and you are not to speak. Ms. DeJesus?
Good morning, board members. I do have a statement and it reads as follows. First, I would like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak today. This journey has been long, deeply emotional, and a traumatic experience for me. The sexual abuse began when I was 8 years old and continued until I was 17. Today, at 35, the long-lasting effects of his actions are challenges I must navigate for the rest of my life. It remains an everyday struggle, and I continue to suffer from nightmares, PTSD, and other ongoing difficulties. The inmate before you has not changed. This is his true character. The mask he wears today is the very same one he used to gain my mother's trust and enter our home. He has shown no remorse and has offered no apology because he is not sorry. He cannot even admit to what he has done. However, he has never denied his actions because we both know the truth of what occurred. And now the truth is public. He is a pedophile, a child molester, and a manipulator. These are the choices he made, and he must face the full consequences of those actions. The brief period he has served in prison is far from sufficient to justify his release. Furthermore, during a prior period of house arrest, he managed to remove his ankle monitor without facing any consequences. I strongly urge you not to grant him any leniency or sympathy as he remains unchanged. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for hearing my statement. Thank you, board members.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate the victim taking the time to prepare a statement and participate in the hearing. So at this point, Mr. Bryan, we're going to discuss your case. We ask you not to interrupt. Ms. Berry, you began.
Thank you. So the cases like this are so difficult because while Mr. Bryant says he accepts responsibility for his actions and is paying the consequences, this victim, as she stated in her statement, it will suffer for the rest of her life. So we have Mr. Bryant here. He rates out as a moderate risk to recidivate in terms of further criminal activity, but in terms of another sexual offense, he rates out low. He did complete the program. He did complete the treatment for sex offender. And I have that he's currently in Voices. He also had addiction services on his offender accountability plan, and he has not received any disciplinary infractions. He has some other crimes in his history. I see larcenies, assault on safety personnel, interfering with and resisting arrest, and then this offense. So he doesn't have an extensive violent criminal history, but the nature of this crime is very concerning. I'm saying all this because I came in here with a question mark. I wasn't sure how I was going to vote in terms of his suitability. I wanted to speak with him. And I can't say that our discussion gave me the confidence that I needed to be able to support discretionary parole. I am interested in hearing your input, and I guess I will take all that into consideration and then make my final decision if that's okay. So
Absolutely. Certainly. So while Mr. Bryant completed the program and we do have the evaluation, it does highlight the fact that he fluctuated throughout the course between denying his crime, which we heard today, and minimizing it to a one-time, one and done. And we know from the powerful statements at sentencing in the pre-sentence investigation, and then again here today, that the victim endured years of victimization at the hands of Mr. Bryant. And, perhaps it's difficult to face the reality and take responsibility. He was, by my count, 41 years old when he began violating this child under the guise of babysitting. And I do want to point out that in the investigation the police did and talking to the victim's siblings, there was a brother who walked in on the situation. It was not a one and done case. So while he might have completed the program, I don't think he achieved maximum benefit from it. But with the 10 years of probation, he will again need to engage in problem sexual behavior treatment. And I hope that it can bring him into greater understanding and responsibility for the harm that he caused, as the Voices program he may have started will also help him do. I do not find him suitable today, and I will not be granting him discretionary parole. Ms. Chance?
Reasons, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nature and circumstance, injury and impact, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Ms. Chance?
Ms. Turner, I have to say I totally agree with everything that you have said. And I also had him denied for those same reasons. And I did not have him coming back. I think hopefully when he takes the Voices program, he might gain a little additional insight into the effect on the victim and her family.
So back to you, Ms. Berry.
I can talk.
No, you can't. Go along with the denial.
Okay. So in the matter of Richard Bryant, inmate number 191960, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses, the injury and impact caused to the victim and the victim's family, your inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for Richard Bryant, inmate number 191960.
You're all set, sir. Please ask
Thank
the
you.
officer to send in the next person. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're gonna rule yourself out of it. Es que tú, Hernández, a ver si te puedo.
Transfer parole down.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. I'm ready. Are you okay?
Yeah. At my room.
Right in here.
Thanks, bro.
This is Mr. Hernandez. Does he have an interpreter yet?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we knew we were going to do him. Next.
We have our interpreting clerk, Daisy Caparel, here for interpretation of this case. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law the duties of the interpreter to the best of your abilities. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. I did that. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026, and it's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board's supervising psychologist.
Buenos días, soy la oficial de libertad condicional Martínez. Hoy es el viernes 17 de julio del 2026. Y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional del Estado de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro, certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. Tenemos la presidenta del día de hoy, Nancy Turner, y los miembros de la Junta, la señorita Parole y Joy Chance. También presente el día de hoy se encuentra la psicóloga o terapista supervisora del Departamento de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Ok, mi nombre es Enzo Hernández y el número de preso es 273-770.
Okay, my name is Hector Hernandez and my
No,
inmate number is
Angel.
Angel Hernandez, and my inmate number is 273770.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Angel Hernandez, inmate number 27370.
Esta es una nueva audiencia que se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Ángel Hernández, número de confinado 273770.
He is serving a sentence of 5 years jail for burglary third and larceny third.
Él está cumpliendo una condena efectiva total de 5 años de prisión por robo en tercer grado y hurto en tercer grado.
As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 31st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case.
Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de 31 de julio del 2026. El día de hoy no tenemos un testimonio de víctima para este caso.
There is an offender accountability plan for the offender and has been reviewed and shows that the offender has not completed any of his original recommended OAP programs. The reported he has been participating in the MAC program and has been working in the clothing factory for 7 months. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for voices and education and vocational needs.
Hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor. Se ha revisado y muestra que el ofensor no ha terminado ninguno de los programas originalmente recomendados en el plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor. Él indica que ha estado participando en el programa de tratamiento asistido con metadona, conocido como MAT, y ha estado trabajando en la fábrica de ropa durante 7 meses. El sistema RT muestra que permanece en la lista de espera para los programas de nombre Voices y las necesidades de educación y vocacionales.
Permiso, ya yo estoy cogiendo el programa ya de Voice y mi sentencia son 3 años, no son 5.
So, excuse me, I am already taking the Voices program and my sentence is 3 years, not 5 years.
Yes, we were going to correct that.
Sí, íbamos a corregir eso.
Utilize the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Hernandez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe should be granted parole. You may begin.
Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor en el SRT se encuentra dentro del rango alto de riesgo de reincidencia. Señor Hernández, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. ¿Puede usted comenzar?
Ok, yo entiendo que, ¿verdad? Perdonen, yo entiendo que yo le he fallado varias veces, he cogido programas de Parole y Provecho, pero en esta situación yo soy una persona mayor, ya yo estoy cansado de estar preso y todo, yo prometo a ellos que yo de verdad voy a hacer las cosas bien ahora, cuando salga. Primero que nada, no tengo casa, tendría que irme a un halfway house para poder empezar otra vez a conseguir trabajo, ir a los meetings y hacer las cosas bien como estoy supuesto a hacerlas. Y a cuidar a mi mamá. Yeah.
Well, I understand that I have failed several times when it comes to parole and probation. I do want them to understand that I am an older person now. I'm a senior person now, so I'm tired of doing the thing that I've been doing. I do want to do things right this time around. First of all, I don't have a house or a home, so I do want to start by getting a job of some sort and trying to do things right this time.
Wow.
Adelante.
Ajá, que sí, que yo estoy dispuesto, ¿sabes? a ir a Parole y todo, pues no tengo dónde vivir ahora mismo. Si me aprobaran para Parole, no tendría dónde vivir. Pero si voy a Parole, puedo conseguir trabajo y puedo, ¿sabes? Ir a los meetings y hacer las cosas bien como estoy supuesto a hacerlas.
So I don't really have a place to live right now. If I were granted parole, I wouldn't have a place to live. I do have to find a job. I will go to meetings. I will do things this time around if I'm granted parole.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, we're going to ask you some questions and I will begin.
Muy bien, señor Hernández, le vamos a hacer algunas preguntas. Comenzaré yo.
We have an indication that you want to go live at a friend's home in Bridgeport and your friend has agreed to sponsor you. Are you not aware of this?
Nosotros tenemos aquí de que usted quiere ir a vivir a la casa de una amistad, en su casa de este amigo, y esta persona ha estado de acuerdo en ser su patrocinador. Parece que esta persona vive en Bridgeport. ¿Usted no estaba al tanto de esto?
Oh, no, ese es mi sponsor, Dave Memory. Él es mi amigo, pero no sé si él quería ayudarme para salir a la casa de él, porque él lo que tiene es un cuarto con una habitación nada más.
Well, that's my sponsor. He's a friend. The thing is, I don't know if he would want me to go and stay at his home, if he'd be willing to do that, because he only has a place with one room only.
He was contacted and he agreed. You have a place to go. So my next question is about your employment. You worked as a dishwasher at Little Kitchen and you were terminated from that job. Why?
Entonces quiero que usted sepa de que se le contactó y él estuvo de acuerdo en patrocinarlo, así que usted tiene a dónde ir. Otra cosa que quería yo preguntarle es, usted estaba trabajando como lavaplatos en el lugar de nombre Little Kitchen y le habían terminado el empleo. ¿Por qué?
Fue que yo y el vómito tuvimos un pequeño problema en el restaurante, entonces me despidió. Entonces yo fui donde él a buscar el último cheque que me quedaba. Y no me lo quería dar, porque el día que me despidió se quedaron unos camarones en la mesa y se dañaron. Yo le dije que perdone, ¿sabe? Que si tenía que cobrarlo, que lo cobrara del cheque, pero no quiso darme cheque. Y por eso fue que me metí ahí, le robé y yo de verdad me siento mal por eso, porque él me ayudó mucho, pero si yo saliera de aquí,
Mr. Hernandez, please pause for the interpreter.
Señor Hernández, le pido que tome pausas para la intérprete. So what happened is we did have a small problem, him and I at the restaurant, and so he terminated my employment. So I went back so I could get my last paycheck, but he wouldn't give it to me. He said something about something was left on the tables and the tables were damaged. I told him that he could take that money for the damage out of my last paycheck, but he didn't want to do that. Since he didn't want to give me my paycheck, that's why I broke in and stole some items. I do feel bad about it because he did help me a lot. So I do feel bad about it.
I'm going to ask you, sir, to limit your answers to the questions that are posed to you.
Le voy a pedir que de ahora en adelante, señor, por favor, limite solamente a contestar lo que se le está preguntando.
What was the small problem that got you fired?
Me gustaría saber cuál fue ese pequeño problema que tuvo con él que le causó que le corriera de su empleo.
porque ese día tomé en el trabajo.
That day I drank at work.
Okay.
Está bien.
So you lost your job, you went to get your final paycheck and you were told no. So you returned to the restaurant after hours, intoxicated, broke in and stole because you thought you were owed money. Do I have all that correct?
Muy bien, entonces usted perdió su empleo. Usted regresó por su último cheque, le dijeron que no, entonces lo que usted hizo fue regresar al restaurante después de que había cerrado, estaba usted ebrio tomado y robó. Tengo todo porque pensó que se le debía ese dinero. ¿Tengo todo eso correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And somehow, Mr. Hernandez, you think you're going to go back to that same job and get rehired. I'm sorry, that makes no sense to me.
Y después de todo esto, señor Hernández, ¿usted piensa que puede regresar a ese mismo empleo y que le van a volver a dar un trabajo ahí? Lo siento, no tiene sentido eso para mí.
Were you to be granted discretionary parole, you would have a stay away from that location because that's a business that you burglarized. So you wouldn't be allowed to work there.
Si es que se le fuera a otorgar la libertad condicional discrecional, usted tuviera una orden de alejamiento de ese lugar, ya que ese fue un negocio el cual usted entró a robar a ese negocio, entonces tuviera la orden de alejamiento, no se le permitiría regresar ahí.
Talk to me about the extent of your problem with alcohol.
¿Puede hablarme un poco más acerca de la extensión de su problema con el alcohol?
Sí, yo voy a beber así como 4 años atrás, nunca había bebido en mi vida, pero antes que me arrestaran yo estaba tratando de entrar a un programa para alcohol y iba a decírselo al Parole oficial mío para que me ayudara para eso, pero tuve esta situación, no me dio tiempo para hacer el programa.
Interpreter needs to verify something. May I please go ahead?
Yes.
Me dijo que apenas tiene 4 años antes de que lo arrestaran que había empezado a tomar.
Sí.
Okay, gracias. So really I started drinking about 4 years before I got arrested. Before that I hadn't drank in my life. I did started drinking and even before that I was going to start or try to get help with the alcohol. I did need to ask the parole officer with help with into getting a program for alcohol assistance or help, but I never got time to do the program.
So when you are under the influence, you commit crimes and you violate the rules of the workplace. Do you believe alcohol is a problem for you, sir?
Entonces, cuando usted toma, usted comete delitos, usted incumple o quiebra las reglas del trabajo, de su empleo. ¿Usted piensa que el alcohol es un problema para usted, señor?
Sí, sí entiendo que el alcohol es un problema para mí, pero en el caso del restaurante fue que yo estaba enojado porque él no quiso pagarme, pero en verdad yo no soy así cuando bebo, ¿sabes? Cuando bebía.
Well, yes, I do understand that I have a problem with alcohol. That alcohol is a problem for me. However, the restaurant situation, that was different because I was mad at him because he didn't want to pay me. So it wasn't because I was drunk. I don't get like that when I drink.
Nevertheless, you were intoxicated when you and your co-defendant went to the restaurant and burglarized it. So in addition to a problem with alcohol, you have a problem with anger?
Bueno, de todas maneras, usted estaba bajo la influencia del alcohol cuando usted y la otra persona que cometió este delito con usted entraron a este restaurante para robar. Entonces, aparte del problema con el alcohol, también tiene un problema con la ira.
Fíjate, no soy así, porque nunca he tenido problema de ira, no he tenido pelea ni nada. Yo no soy un tipo violento. Eso fue una cosa que no entiendo cómo pasó, pero si se ve así, necesito ayuda. ¿Sabes? Si salgo a la calle, buscar un programa de alcohol y todo eso y mantenerme ahí. Pero no soy así violento.
Well, I'm not like that. I don't have problems with anger. I don't get in fights. I'm not really a violent person. I don't understand how that happened. But if that's the case, then I wouldn't mind getting help for that. I do want to, once I'm out, get into a program for alcohol and stay there. But I'm not a violent person.
I don't think it would be appropriate for you to go out into the community without a program to address your abuse of alcohol, heroin, and cocaine. Otherwise, you pose a high risk to reoffend when you're angry, when you're intoxicated, and that means you're a risk to public safety.
Muy bien, entonces yo no creo que sea una buena idea que usted regrese, se reintegre a la comunidad sin hacer estos programas. Un programa que le ayude con su problema con el alcohol, el uso de la heroína y la cocaína. Si eso fuera el caso, siento que usted estuviera bajo alto riesgo de volver a reofender, de reincidencia, lo cual significaría que si usted estuviera intoxicado sería un riesgo a la comunidad.
Bueno, no sé, no creo que yo sea así. Yo es la primera vez que me pasa esto bajo el alcohol, porque yo nunca bebido, ¿sabes? Yo no llevo 4 años que pegaba a beber, pero no creo que yo sea así violento y sea un peligro para la comunidad. Yo soy un hombre trabajador y me gusta trabajar. Y soy puntual, lo único que un día fallé, ¿sabes? Como cualquier otra persona puede hacerlo.
Well, I don't think I'm like that. This is the first time that this has happened. I don't think I'm like that. In 4 years, I was not a drinker. I'm not a violent person. I don't believe that I am a risk, a public risk or a risk to the community. I believe myself to be a hard worker. I like to work. This was a one-time thing. I feel like I failed one time, like any human being.
Okay, well, Mr. Hernandez, we have different understanding of a one-time thing. Your criminal history goes back to 1998. You were denied parole in 2019 for larceny first, when you were on probation for robbery first. So there is some violence in your criminal history, along with other burglaries and drug possession. And the stipulations you had for special parole in the past set in 2019 involved no consumption of alcohol. So I'm not sure your 4-year, measure is accurate either.
Bien, señor Hernández, siento que tenemos diferentes definiciones de lo que quiere decir solamente una vez. Porque si recuerda, tiene usted un historial de antecedentes penales extensivos que regresan hasta el 1998. En el 2019, usted, me parece, se le imputaron cargos de robo, mientras usted ya estaba bajo periodo de supervisión de libertad provisional por un robo en primer grado. Aparte de eso, tenemos un historial de antecedentes penales que tienen que ver con otros incidentes de robo, al igual que también posesión de droga o sustancia ilícita. Entonces, también me parece que tenía usted estipulaciones o condiciones cuando estaba usted bajo supervisión especial en el 2019, a donde se había indicado que estaba prohibido ingerir bebidas alcohólicas. Entonces, también no sé si ese periodo de los 4 años sea algo que está, se puede decir que sea verdadero.
So the good news is that the special parole you were serving when you committed this offense ended last December. So you have no supervision to follow. You have a sponsor and you have some supports. Have you saved any money working in the clothing factory?
Muy bien, entonces la buena noticia es de que su periodo de supervisión especial en el cual usted estaba cuando usted cometió este delito ya terminó el diciembre pasado. Entonces, usted ya no tendría un periodo de supervisión a seguir. Al igual que también tiene usted un patrocinador y parece que tiene usted algún apoyo en la comunidad. ¿Usted ha podido guardar dinero del que ha ganado mientras ha estado trabajando en la fábrica de ropa?
Sí, he usado el dinero para comer y para comprarme cosas que me hacían falta. Pero sí, tengo planes de reunir un poquito de dinero por si acaso salgo a tener algo para comprar cosmético o sacar mi ID o algo así.
Well, yes, I did use some money to eat and to buy a few things that I needed, but I do plan to save some money in case I am released, for like medical things or to get myself an ID.
Well, you will be released. You are end of sentence in November of next year. So I do encourage you to save as much money as you can to help yourself when you go out into the community and live with your friend.
Es que sí se le va a poner en libertad porque el final de su sentencia en realidad es para noviembre del próximo año. Entonces sería buena idea empezar a guardar dinerito o a ahorrar para que tenga usted alguna ayuda una vez que sea puesto en libertad y pueda usted ir a vivir con su amigo.
Ok, bueno, eso es buenísimo.
All right. Ms. Berry, any
No,
questions?
thank you.
Ms. Chance, any questions?
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. So that ends the question period, Mr. Hernandez. We're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt.
Muy bien, entonces la señora Berry tiene preguntas, no tiene preguntas, la señora Chance tiene preguntas, no hay preguntas. Eso ya ha finalizado la porción de las preguntas. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer ahorita es vamos a hablar de su caso. Usted puede escuchar, pero por favor no interrumpa.
Okay.
So Mr. Hernandez scores high for his risk to reoffend. He has failed 5 out of 6 opportunities at community supervision. He has an over 25 plus year criminal history, and he has a score of 4 for his drug and alcohol use by DOC. So it's very concerning to me that alcohol was involved in why he lost his job. And then when he returned and committed this burglary and larceny, he did so under the influence. So it's concerning enough to me that he engaged in a program through addiction services that I would not find him suitable without that.
Muy bien, entonces el señor Hernández en realidad está bajo alto riesgo de reincidencia. Él de las 6 veces que ha estado bajo supervisión, no ha completado exitosamente 5 de esas. También tiene un historial extensivo de sus antecedentes penales que se puede decir, ya más de 25 años llevan estos antecedentes penales. También, al igual que ha tenido delitos por droga y alcohol, y también en este momento tiene un puntaje de 4 referente a su uso de drogas y alcohol, como se determinó por el Departamento de Correccionales. También es para mí muy preocupante de que el uso de alcohol se vio involucrado mientras él cometió este delito del robo y el hurto, al igual que también fue la razón por la cual él terminó perdiendo su empleo. Entonces yo siento que él en realidad necesitaría completar exitosamente o participar en un programa de adicción y al alcohol para antes de encontrarlo apto para que sea puesto en libertad condicional.
I have Mr. Hernandez denied due to the nature and circumstance of his offenses being committed while he was on special parole and inadequate program participation.
Entonces yo tengo al señor Hernández hacer que se le deniegue la libertad condicional por participación insuficiente en el programa institucional, al igual que también la naturaleza y circunstancia del delito actual.
Panel Member Barry.
I also have Mr. Hernandez denied, but I did have him coming back for a rehearing since his sentence is flat.
Ms. Chance.
I had Mr. Hernandez denied. I did not have him coming back for a full hearing. He was on special parole. He denied during the parole interview having a problem with alcohol, yet that was the reason why he was fired from the job. And then he was drinking when he committed the offense. So I do not have him coming back, but I do have him denied.
La señora Berry, y yo tengo al señor Hernández como para denegarlo para la libertad condicional, pero sí tengo para que regrese para una nueva audiencia para volver a escuchar su caso de solicitud de libertad condicional. Para la señora Chance, tiene al señor Hernández denegado para libertad condicional, no tiene una nueva fecha para que él vuelva a regresar a una nueva audiencia, ya que mientras él se encontraba en un periodo de libertad condicional especial y durante la entrevista para cuando cometió el delito actual, él negó tener un problema con el alcohol. Sin embargo, el alcohol fue la razón por la cual él se le corrió de su empleo o se le terminó el trabajo. Al igual que también él estaba bajo la influencia del alcohol cuando ha cometido esta ofensa actual.
In the matter of Angel Hernandez, inmate number 273770, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. The nature and circumstances of your offenses being committed while you were on special parole, and inadequate program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied.
Entonces, en el caso del señor Ángel Hernández, número de confinado 273770, se hace una moción para denegarle la libertad condicional porque él cometió estos delitos mientras estaba en el periodo de supervisión especial. Entonces, la naturaleza y o circunstancia del delito actual, mientras estaba en este periodo de libertad provisional especial, al igual que también participación insuficiente en el programa institucional. Entonces, se hace una moción para denegarle. Todos que estén de acuerdo están todos. Se le deniega su libertad condicional.
This concludes the hearing for, I would like to go back on the record and clarify that he is serving a sentence of 3 years flat for burglary third and larceny third. The full eligibility date is July 26, 2026, not July 31st, 2026.
Me gustaría poner en el acta o bajo el acta de que el señor Hernández está cumpliendo una condena efectiva total de 3 años de prisión por robo en tercer grado y hurto en tercer grado. También me gustaría que la acta refleje que el expediente refleja una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de julio 26, 2026 y no de julio 31, 2026 como antes se había dicho.
This concludes the hearing for Angel Hernandez, inmate number 273770.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Ángel Hernández, número de confinado 273770.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. We're done.
Gracias, señor Hernández. Ya hemos terminado.
Entonces, y el abogado, no hay abogado tampoco.
Señor, la casa de reinserción o la casa de transición, eso se hace por medio del Departamento de Correccionales.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Raymond.
Sir, what's your name?
Ramos, Stephen Ramos.
Yes, in the restroom.
No problem.
Give us a moment.
All right, no problem.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. It's Friday, July 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Panel Member Barry,
Joy Chance,
Stephen Ramos.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Stephen Ramos, 422967.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stephen Ramos, inmate number 422967. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years probation, criminal possession of a pistol, and alleged illegal sale or purchase of large capacity magazine. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 24th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed his original recommended OAP programs to date. He is on the wait list for new thoughts and a job. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for a job, education, and vocational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Raymond, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Officer Martinez, I have that he, his OAP lists new thoughts and addiction services and the job. Actually, so I think that's where, because it's a job twice.
Yeah. Okay, so he's on the wait list for new thoughts and a job.
And addiction services.
And addiction services. And his parole eligibility date is August 20th.
Yes.
August.
Not 24.
20, that's 20.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Ramos.
All right, thank you for your time and opportunity. I wrote something I would like to say. I believe I should be granted parole because I now understand what and who I need to be as a father, a husband, and a pillar of the community. I accept all consequences given to me, whether good or bad, and I don't blame nobody but myself. And my actions cause nothing but pain to my kids and my wife. Most important, to myself. And I reflect every day not being at the dinner table at night for 2 years straight, not being able to teach my son his favorite sport or support my daughter at her gymnastic classes. Broke me in many ways words can't describe. But even then, being locked down, I managed to instill patience, self-motivation, determination, and being humble. I come from Bridgeport, where my environment is not good at all. With that being said, anything I ever did was to fight to survive. And I was shot 7 times. And I was put in a life or death situation, so I resorted to what I knew to keep me and my family safe. Since then, I've relocated and will never see or put myself in that environment again. I always kept a job, and I'm a wonderful father. As of right now, my wife is working 3 jobs, CDL, CNA, and DoorDash on her free time just to provide. So I need to be home. And these are my plans I came up with. I have a relapse plan and a release plan as well. For my relapse plan, most important would be to get a sponsor, someone I can trust and open up to. Attend AIC, volunteer for NA once a week, and give weekly earns. Stay active in a weekly sport as well. And my release plan, I already paid for my driver's license, so all I have to do is take the test. Contact old boss or relocate to something closer. I wanted to open up a LLC for kids, rental parties for snow cones, popcorn, cotton candies, machines, bouncy houses, water slides, and etc. Get back into my kids' sporting events, and most important, give my son and daughter a father I never had. As well, I also came up with something for the community. I wanted to start a program to tackle problems the state can't help it because of funding/time. I wanted to get together a group to help single mothers with monthly necessities for females, pads, toilet, tampons, etc. And for boys, monthly haircuts and anything else that the mothers will need for monthly help. With that being said, I've come a long way. I'm not perfect, but I'm ready to elevate and succeed in life. Even if the board doesn't approve me to go straight home, I would like to get approved to the halfway to build a foundation or get on my feet. And I just wanted to say thank you for your time. As well, I also have a paper for New Thought group. I was selected to attend the group on 7/20/20
7/20/26, and it will end 8/31/26. And I also have the paper. Okay,
Finish. Go ahead.
all right.
Was there something else, Mr. Ramos?
No, I just have a paper, I'm assuming you guys have as well. Just everything stating that I've been on the waiting list for new thoughts for the, educational referral. And, I also volunteered for Embracing Fatherhood, so I was put on that program as well, and I'm just waiting to attend.
Okay, well, you know how this works because you've been before the board before. So I'm gonna pass the questioning to panel member Ferry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ramos, thanks for preparing that statement. You know, you spoke about the impact that your crimes have had on your children and your family. You said that you were a product of your environment. I would add to that list of people impacted your community. You know, people who take on the mind frame that they're protecting themselves and their family by possessing illegal weapons creates public safety. You do understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not sure if you remember me, but I was on your prior panel when you were in prison for interfering with and resisting arrest and the risk of injury to a minor.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I ran to do parole. I was on the panel that voted in favor of your being released. And just in that supervision alone, you had 3 misconducts. You received a parole violation, you absconded, you were remanded back, then they found you with drugs again. And now you're back here with another weapons conviction. You had children. How old are your children?
My son is 10 right now, my daughter's 8.
Right. So, you know, you had kids when you were committing that stuff too. So what's different now?
A lot of things. First off, I wasn't in the right state of mind. I was intoxicated, I was doing drugs, and I wasn't focused. As of now,
That's a recipe for a disaster, by the way. Under the influence and weapons. Go ahead.
as of right now, I'm focused. I have no time to play around. My kids are getting older. I'm losing time, and it's a lot of things that I need to get back on track. I need to build a foundation. I need to be there to support them.
Okay. So were you going to be there to support them when you got the smoking pipe ticket in March? Did your wife know you got the ticket?
Yes, but I wasn't. See, what it was I was targeted, and I took a urine, and I passed the urine. The medical evaluation, I passed the medical evaluation, and then I was targeted for contraband. That's what the ticket was. But I'm also at fault because it should have never even been around.
And so you couple, okay, so here are the facts of life, Mr. Ramos. You rate out high. You received 5 disciplinary infractions that I count since you've been in prison. I see you have not participated in any programs. Your drug score is a 4, and you, but you haven't completed any addiction services. You've done that in the past, I see. You've taken voices in the past. You've taken good intentions, bad choices in the past, sudden challenges. You've taken the programs.
Here too.
It's the thinking that continues to make you wind up back in prison. And as I stated to you earlier, sir, I voted you to parole the last time. Been out in the community, it says 3 times, and you failed twice. So I'm not convinced that you're capable at this point of remaining in the community without committing additional offenses. So I will not be in support of your discretionary parole today. You have some more work to do on yourself, sir. So I thank you for speaking with me, and I wish you the best.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Ramos, there's a lot that's concerning. You were on probation. The police got a tip about you having a firearm. They conducted a motor vehicle stop. They found the loaded gun, crack, and fentanyl. You were on probation for the 2019 conviction in which you were selling crack and heroin out of your car with your kids in the car and you were driving without a license with the wrong plates on the car. So you went back out, and despite tier 2 in the programs my colleague mentioned, did the same thing. And that's the definition of insanity, because obviously those actions are going to bring you back to prison. So now this is your second gun conviction. You'll have a new period on the deadly weapon offender registry. You know, I'm sorry that you were shot multiple times in 2024. Why were you targeted?
Because of the environment.
Okay,
Because
but
the
you do
area-
realize when you said in your opening statement that the environment of Bridgeport is why you had a gun, but you were part of that environment because you're peddling drugs, illegal drugs, and you're carrying around a firearm as a convicted felon who's prohibited from possessing a firearm, and you're on probation at the time.
At the time, man, when I came home, I wasn't selling no drugs. I was using, and at that time, I was carrying a firearm because I was shot multiple times. But again, I should have never been carrying.
You had indicated to the parole officer that your drug issue was Percocet. So now you're telling us you were using crack and fentanyl too? Because that's what was in the car with you.
No, that was, yes, ma'am.
So you were using those substances. You claim you weren't selling them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm very concerned for you. Obviously, tier 2 was not a high enough dosage of a program for the problems that you have with substances. You do have a drug score of 4.
No.
And I sincerely hope that you would be able to take tier 4 at some point. That's your children's best bet for having their father in their lives. I know you went to AIC twice and weren't successful, so I really hope you will work to embrace recovery and get the supports you need. I'm glad you know about sponsors. And are you attending NA there in the facility?
No, ma'am.
Well, that's another thing you could do while you're waiting for programs. Ms. Chance, any questions for Mr. Ramos?
I didn't.
No, Madam Chair, but I do agree with everything that you had said.
Something you wanted to say, Mr. Ramos?
I didn't know that NA was I thought that was a program you had to get into one.
It's a voluntary thing. Sitting in NA meetings.
I didn't know that.
Do something to help yourself with the time remaining on this sentence. Give us just a few minutes and we'll get back to you with our decision. Ms. Berry.
Ma'am, I don't.
As I stated to Mr. Raymond, I'm not in support of discretionary parole. It's for institutional adjustment, inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change, in my opinion, renders not suitable for discretionary parole. I would be willing to rehear him in July of next year.
Okay, I had June. Ms. Chance, are you open to a rehear?
Yes, and either one of the month is fine with me. I didn't have June.
So we'll go with June. So in the matter of Stephen Ramos, inmate number 422967, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your poor institutional adjustment, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. And I'm going to add nature and circumstances of your current offenses. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is denied. I further move to rehear you in June of 2027 with a recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports and you engage in positive programs, come back before the board with a solid relapse prevention plan. We'll see you in June, sir.
Good question. So is it a denial or is it, so I'll come back next year?
It's a denial with a rehear. We'll see you in June. You'll get this in writing, but get busy.
Right. Thank you.
This concludes My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members up this morning, and by stating their name on the record, certified to have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record. So what's your name and inmate number?
Roberto Leondo, 447133.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Roberto Leondo, inmate number 447133. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 66 months, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent, stealing a firearm, and corrupt organization and racketeering act. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed police thoughts from his original recommended OAP programs. The RT shows he remains on the wait list for a job and educational needs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Leondo, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
The honorable board members, first and foremost, I want to thank you for allowing me this hearing today. I take full responsibility for my actions in the past, the misconduct and crimes I committed. I am very remorseful and been using this time not only to better myself, but to learn how my actions affected not only myself, but my family, community, and society. I have completed Voices and New Thoughts programs and been on the list for fatherhood. These programs really taught me that my actions affect a lot more people than myself, even though I can pinpoint what caused me to my behavior. But I know this was my first and last time breaking the law. I'm 36 years old. I'm a father of 4 children, ages 8 to 21, and this is the first time ever away from them, the rest of my family. I have a tremendous support system, being that I have always was on a straight path, supporting my family and being a positive member in the community. I am done beating myself over what I did, and I really took this time to plan my steps when I am released. I already have a job awaiting for me at a construction warehouse. I plan attending school to complete my GED, and I'm looking forward to getting back to my family and a positive person in society. I am a firm believer that your past is not preserving your future. Everyone faces challenges, setbacks, and moments when they doubt themselves, but I learned I might not be able to control the outcome, but I can control my response. I believe that I have the power to change. Many people feel stuck for the mistakes they make or the challenges they fear. But this time, give me hope and might encourage me to keep going. I personally took this time to learn, improve, and become a better version of myself. My past teaches me a lesson, but should never limit what I can achieve. I am the only one that has the power to change and make new choices. My future shouldn't determine what I started, but decisions I make. Going forward, I feel that if you grant me my parole today, it will be my opportunity to create a better future for myself and family and prove myself that I deserve this chance to get back to my community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for preparing that statement for us. It covered a lot and it was very helpful. So you've done pretty well this period of incarceration, Mr. Liardo. No disciplinary issues. You still working in the kitchen?
Not at the moment. I'm on a waiting list.
Okay. Where are you with getting your GED?
Oh, well, I had signed up. I was currently in the other facility. I was attending school. But since
Okay,
I
so
got,
you're not in school now?
not at the moment.
Okay. How far did you get in the other facility?
I was a couple months in. I had just got transferred to another
Okay, so
facility.
did you take any of the pre-tests?
No.
Okay, so you still have quite a ways to go. I hope that you can focus on that because you get a lot of support there in the facility with school endeavors. And I think that could make a big difference for you. So you had almost no criminal history. You have driving on a suspended license. So why did you tell the parole officer that you weren't able to obtain legitimate employment?
I tried to find a job to, maintain my family or whatnot, but it was very hard at the moment for me to find a job and, do what I had to do for my family. Took the wrong path. What
was your challenge in finding work? Because without a criminal history, you're a good candidate and you're able-bodied and.
Yeah, I tried numerous jobs, trying to go for the numerous jobs and no one ever called. And like I said,
you ever go to a temp agency?
I actually signed up to a temp agency and nothing.
Because, this happened well after COVID was, under control. So it just didn't make any sense to me when I read that, did you not want to work in landscaping, construction, labor, delivery driver?
I was actually looking for any job. I signed up to a Napa Auto Parts for delivery, counter person. I signed up for this construction warehouse where I was, I thought they would have hired me, but.
All right, so how did you get into this criminal enterprise?
I chose the wrong path. I had to feed my family, had bills to, to pay and whatnot.
How did you get into it? Who did you know that, connected you to this drug operation?
People out there, I grew up with.
So the 10 co-defendants are people you grew up with?
Yes.
You understand that there was deep surveillance conducted that brought this case to prosecution.
Yes.
And you got the largest sentence of the 4 co-defendants whose sentences we know about. So you were a pretty key member of this criminal enterprise. Did you just get hooked on the lifestyle, the money, was it a matter of greed that you went down this path?
You could say I just had too much, bills and having to take care of my kids. I just, it was a lot at the time. So I just kept, doing what I had to do just to maintain.
But there were no parameters for you about doing it legitimately. You went right into illegal drug trafficking. And you were willing to move cocaine and fentanyl across state lines to Pennsylvania. So you're bringing in the feds at that point. That's interstate trafficking in drugs. You could be facing a much longer sentence than what you've got. I really hope you so how did the New Thoughts program help you with some of this responsibility and change that you're talking about?
When I attended the programs I had, it taught me a lot on just not thinking about what, what I was gonna do with other people, you know, just be learning on, I have to do for myself and do the right thing. You know, not just sitting here and going the easy route on the wrong path. You know, it taught me, you know, this is
There's
the
no right
road.
way to do there's no wrong way to do the right thing, right? You know, but honestly, Mr. Leonardo, you didn't need a program to teach you that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So, like, what did you take away from New Thoughts that's going to help you make better choices in the community?
Going forward, actually attending more stuff, more programs in the world and getting to work and staying focused on work. You know, going to school and not having to go back into the same thing that I got me in here in the first place.
So it's actually even an option to you to go back to doing what you were doing that put you in prison?
No, that's not an option.
Okay, that's what I want to hear, that it's not an option, not that circumstances being what they are might make you, as you put it, have to re-engage in drug trafficking.
Yeah, no, I won't. That's something I would never get back into. You know, that definitely was the wrong thing for me to do. Like I said, I have a job opportunity to wait for me.
It wasn't a wrong thing, it was criminal.
Yes.
So the landscaping job, that's what you're going out to?
No, actually, construction warehouse.
And how do you know about that job?
I was working there prior to coming in to jail.
So you ended up finding a job after you got arrested?
Yes. I started doing the landscaping.
Isn't that bitter irony? Okay, because in the pre-sentence investigation, one of the letters from your previous employer, Delgado Landscape, is welcoming you back when you're ready.
Yes.
So you need to appreciate that you have options that are not criminal. I'm still not really convinced that I understand what you got out of New Thoughts, because you said literally taking more programs.
No, I want to take more programs just to stay focused. You know what I mean?
Okay, but the question was, what did New Thoughts do for you?
It made me realize, you know, that I have to do what I have to do, the right thing. I'm not going to sit here and.
But you know, I think you learned that when you walked in the door of prison. You know, so you have a marijuana habit of using 4 to 5 times every day, and you say it's not a problem. Right. How do you have the money for that? From the drug crimes you're committing?
At the time, yes.
Uh-huh.
But I have not, since I had stopped smoking once after I caught the case or whatever, I had stopped smoking. I was just focused on work and doing the right thing. It's been over 3 years.
It's good that you got the message.
Yes, it's been over
but tell
3 years.
me, why would you need to smoke pot 4 to 5 times a day?
I was diagnosed with anxiety, depression.
Uh-huh.
So
Have you seen a therapist?
Yes, I've actually seen I was seeing a therapist before coming in, and I'm still in contact with her.
Okay, because they're very safe and helpful medications for dealing with anxiety, rather than using marijuana for medicinal purposes when you are, you know, responsible for driving a motor vehicle or operating equipment at the job. All of that you would be doing impaired at the rate of 4 to 5. Were they blunts or the joints?
Joints.
Okay. All right. So How were you a positive member of the community, since you put that in your opening statement? What were you doing that was positive?
I was helping out a lot in the community, you know, doing volunteer stuff out in the community, even though I was, you know, doing the wrong thing, but I was also volunteering.
Okay, hold on. I need you to be specific, otherwise it's just a statement that sounds good.
Yes, I was doing volunteer work, washing cars for you know, wasn't charging. I was,
Were you working with an organization when you were volunteering?
No, I was doing this myself.
So you just brought your hose down to the curb and washed random people's cars?
One of my friends has a mobile detail shop, so we would, you know, do things out of, you know, just to help out on the community, you know, people that wanted their car washed and stuff, or just do little events. And
he's not running a car detailing business for free. And if you had a friend who had a business, why didn't you work for him?
He didn't have the that's why we were doing the volunteer work and stuff for the community, because he didn't have the what do you call it, the customers and stuff to keep the business going. That's why I couldn't work for him. He wasn't going to be able to pay me.
Because he wasn't charging for the service that he was providing.
No,
that's no way to run a business. None of it makes sense. Okay. I think that you might have overstated how you were being a positive member of the community. You know, the most positive thing you can do in the community is abide by the rules of our society and the laws of our state, you know, and then grow it from there with, you know, being a registered voter and paying your taxes and volunteering your actual time to an existing organization, giving of yourself, your labor, your time. Maybe you can do that going forward. It would be a great value to teach your kids.
Yes.
Engage in and be part of, and it would be a nice way for you to get back for the harm that you are causing, peddling poison to people in your community. Ms. Berry, any questions?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance, any questions?
None, Madam Chair.
How are you spending your time now? If you're not in programs, you don't have a job, and you're not in school, what are you doing?
I'm reading. I just finished my program. I also signed up for fatherhood program.
Okay, that's not filling your days. What are you doing with your time?
Reading. I have books that I got mailed in. I'm reading. I attend church.
All right, well, we're done with the questions, sir. So Mr. Liardo surprisingly only scores out as a moderate risk. The level to which he was entrenched in this criminal enterprise was extremely concerning, and we didn't even touch on the guns. He now has the state's deadly weapon offender registry ahead of him and 3 years on probation, which will be a new experience for him, given this is, you know, at 33, his first conviction. He's not end of sentence until February of 2029. So this would be a really protracted period of discretionary parole before beginning probation.
So, Madam Chair, can I just add something?
Jump right in,
So
sure.
what I found concerning is that, you know, I read the PSI of Mr. Luando, and he had a previous history of alcohol, marijuana, heroin, fentanyl, Molly, ecstasy, and Percocets. And he did complete a treatment program at the Root Center. But during his interview with the parole officer, he denied having any problems with drugs and alcohol.
Just the
And
marijuana.
right, so I just found that concerning. He kept focusing on the fact that he needed money to support his family because he was unable to obtain a legitimate job. But he knew a lot of people in the community that had, owned their own business because he was employed full-time as a laborer and doing part-time at landscaping, and that was up to 2023. He just got a bigger and better offer to move and sell large quantities of fentanyl and cocaine, damaging his community. And then when he said he went out and, was giving back to the community, that was just, a drug dealer feeling that, he just wants to do that. I like the ideas that you mentioned to him about giving back to the community because I don't think he's done any of that. But going back to him not having any problems with drugs and alcohol, and the fact that he didn't complete an addiction services program and really could not share with you something good that he learned from the New Thoughts program was concerning to me.
So, could I add?
And no, you're not, your time is finished. So the PSI reads that he reported the use of all of these drugs. I'm not sure what beyond the marijuana became a problem for him. He said when he engaged in treatment, he realized he had an issue with alcohol, but it doesn't address the other substances and the extent to which he abused them. Ms. Barry?
So I understand both of your concern. Mr. Laureato's case, behaviors are very, very concerning. But from my perspective, he has a very limited criminal history, as you stated, Madam Chair. He does rate out as a moderate risk to recidivate. I do not see any violence in his history. He received no disciplinary infractions and he's taken appropriate programming. While he's not doing anything in the facility now, he said that he signed up for things. He just hasn't been called. I see all of that as positive efforts towards his rehabilitation. So I would be in support of his discretionary parole.
Aside from nature and circumstance, there wasn't anything else that that popped up for me as a denial reason.
I did have Mr. Luando granted, but I also wanted to express my concerns about his case.
Well, while he's on parole, if there are problems, they will be addressed swiftly and he'll be back before us. So as far as conditions, I have no alcohol and 10 co-defendants.
Yes.
Anything else?
That's it.
Anything else, Ms. Chance?
No.
I know he said he doesn't have a license, but he also said that he can't be driving without a license.
Yeah, I saw that back in 2014. So.
And also I received several letters of support on his behalf too. So he does have some community support.
Mm-hmm. And he has the sponsor, which is terrific. And according to him, a job offer. Okay, so in the matter of Roberto Leondo, inmate number 447133, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your eligibility date of September 3rd, 2026. with the following conditions. You are not to consume any alcohol, and you're not to have any contact with the following co-defendants: Jordan Mendoza, Angel Perez, Geraldo Rios, Elijah Lopez, Thomas Rodriguez, Eric Morales, Brian De Silva Serrano, Mayotzitz Davila Serrano, Bianca Ayola, and Nelson Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Lyondo.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Yondo, inmate number 4471.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Panel Member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board's supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jeffrey Thomas, 346-183.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jeffrey Thomas, inmate number 346183. He is serving a sentence of 5 years jail for robbery first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 7th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed tier 2 from his original recommended OEP programs. He remains on the wait list for voices, vocational, and educational needs, and a job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Thomas, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay. So I've been incarcerated for approximately 4 years. Looking at my past, I can say that I spent my time spent in prison. It had helped me reflect on my issues with substance abuse and managing self-control. I recognize that my discipline record within the Department of Corrections stands as evidence against me. However, I do not believe that it will prohibit me from being successful in the future. I have made many positive changes within my time spent here, such being my focus on maintaining a longevity-based mindset and managing my relationship with other people. It is difficult to avoid certain predicaments in prison, and as much as I would give to change my past, unfortunately, I cannot. Through my faults, however, I've learned that it is my own way of thinking which must change. By thinking before I act and by responding differently to the same situations, I find the gateway for a healthy living. I care about my health and safety now, as well as those people around me, especially those who I have affected with my own actions in the past. These are not things that I've learned overnight, but over time. Who I am today is not who I was several years ago. My priorities have changed, and now I feel my time with healthy, positive coping skills. I refuse to participate in harmful negative habits anymore and aspire to replace poor choices with resolutions. Finding the strength to do so, do the right thing, has been a difficult learning process, but it has been one of my greatest success in recent years. To transition into a more healthy life, and in order to secure a positive and addiction-free future, I have decided to chart a course based on the most important things for myself and others closest to me. Moving forward with my release from incarceration, I must secure a valid driver's license, suitable living arrangements, and keep my sobriety at the focal point of my activities. Along with these things that are most important are regaining the custody of my children. There is much work to be done in the years ahead, and striving to complete it all is my motivation. I hope that you will recognize my changes and see that I value my progress as a man in the road to recovery.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas. You did a nice job with that. Did it take you long to write that statement?
Yeah, a couple of days.
Did you have any else?
Yes, a cellie of mine, he helped me come up with some things to say, because I couldn't really find the words to put it down on paper. So
Well, you did find the words.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
With the help of a cellmate, I did. Yes.
Yeah, but it's to your credit that you put the effort in.
Yes.
You cared about how you presented to us.
Yes.
Okay. So you were serving a sentence for what is a designated 85% case.
Yes.
And so that date is in September, and your end of sentence is the very beginning of February. It'll probably be mid-January by the time you continue earning rec credits. So I just offer that to you to keep the perspective that we're talking about a 5-month difference.
I don't get earned credits, so my EOS date will be June 8th, 2027.
Okay, so that didn't change then. Okay. We're going to start questions today with my colleague, panel member Barry.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Thomas, I appreciate your opening statement too. I took a lot of notes. I'm glad that you took this time to focus on yourself and your substance abuse and your self-control, and that you feel now that you've prepared yourself to return to the community and be a productive contributing member. You're not really sure about what you'll do for work, but you know that you do have some support out there, and that you intend to get a job, get your license, get custody of your kids, and start working your way back up the ladder instead of down. You're 35 years old, sir, so you do have the time to try to turn your life around. Been participating in criminal activity, my records indicate since 2009. It also indicates that you participated in so many different treatments to address your substance abuse. AIC, CBH, Morris Foundation, Horizon, all those things you've done to work on your substance abuse. Have you had an opportunity to figure out why you use drugs, or some of the reasons why you use drugs?
So my drug of choice is crack cocaine. I've been doing that since I was 13, 14. This is the longest time I have clean away from that. Majority of my usage has been from stress, depression, anger, and sometimes honestly just boredom, not having things to do, not keeping myself occupied.
So this 4 years that you've been in prison,
This is the longest I have cleaned from that drug, and I can honestly, yes.
But you have several other intoxication tickets for K2.
Well, so those tickets, so even though I did take accountability for them, and I still do because I did sign those tickets, them tickets wasn't for me. When they came for that, it was for my cellie, and I just ended up getting caught up in it. They urine tested me and gave me breathalyzers. I passed both of them, and they still took me to SAG.
Okay, so why would you sign something? Why would you sign something that you didn't do?
Because there was other items in the cell that that the person I was in the cell with, he wasn't copping out for, so I was going to SAG regardless for the things that he wasn't taking. So I just signed with whatever tickets they brought. But like I said, I take account of.
I did write that down. That you accept full responsibility for your actions. That when you're in prison, it's very difficult to avoid conflict in there because everybody has to try to prove themselves. I know you didn't say those words, but that was my take on what you wrote in your opening statement. And I said that because during this period of incarceration, you've received 20 disciplinary infractions. Did you know that?
Yes.
So it's difficult for us to say that you have demonstrated some evidence of change based on the way that you performed in the facility. You just got a ticket in June for being in possession of bleach. You had Pruno in October of last year. You have the K2 disciplinary infraction. I see a few fights, insulted language. Why are you insulting the staff in the facility?
He did something wrong and I didn't think that it was right. So he said something to me and I said something back to him and he wrote a ticket. I mean,
I understand that everybody in there is nice, and I understand that some people may abuse their power. I understand that, but
that was at the beginning of my bid. So I believe I was still on. I was coming off of drugs and stuff. So I was in a way in the beginning of my bid.
But you did have a fight in April of last year.
Yes.
So you talked in your opening statement about self-control, and you also spoke about addressing your substance abuse. And I show that after you completed tier 2, you have 3 additional disciplinary infractions for the substances that you're not supposed to have in the prison.
Yes.
Yeah. So this time, I'm not trying to take away from the work that you've done. It really does sound, the person that I read on paper, you don't present as him. I'll say that. But it's very difficult for me to say that I'd be able to support your parole when I'm looking at 20 tickets. You take a program and you get 3 tickets right after that, and your drug score is 4, and you just said to us that you've been using crack since you were 13 years old, but congratulations on sobriety from that drug, because I know how addictive that drug is. You participated in a number of treatments back out in the community and in the facility. I show you took tier 4 in 2007, but you went out on transfer on TS, and then you went out in 2008. You participated in that too, but your EOS, so you couldn't even finish that. And you did tier 2 in 2012, and you did but you were removed because you got a ticket, and then you did it again in 2020. I mean, you participated in the medicated assistance treatment. So I'm not really sure what it is that you need to be successful, Mr. Thomas. Do you have any idea what it is that you need? Because we all get bored.
Really, I just need to fill my time with things, with positive things, positive people. working, and I said I need to get my kids back. Once I get my kids back, I believe I could maintain a sober-free life.
So I
Other
wrote down
times I
that you have
may
4 children.
relapse. Excuse me?
I wrote down that you have 4 children. How old are they?
22, 11, and 7. The 11-year-olds, they're twins.
And are they in school?
Yes,
So
yes.
tell me, why didn't you get your education since you've been down?
I've tried, and every time I got close to getting my GED, I got transferred or ended up going to SAG. And then I just wrote again to go back to school, and they just told me I have to wait till my ticket clear.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Do you think that I don't know. This is just so much to try to overlook. I wish that we weren't having this discussion, but you have 2 other robberies in your criminal history. You violated. It says 6 opportunities under supervision out in the community. I wish that I could say.
Can I just say something about that?
Sure.
About them violations, all them violations, and me that time I did in jail. None of that time was long enough for me to get that monkey off my back. That year or 18 months, that time, it wasn't long enough. So when I got released back into the streets, that drug was the first thing I went and picked right back up. This is the longest time I had from it. So I can honestly say that it's not on my back. Like, I'm not even thinking about that drug.
So what's going to happen when you're angry or you're stressed or you're depressed or you're bored?
I got other outlets. I work out now. I got my mom I could talk to. I got other outlets I could lean on. Stuff that I didn't use in the past.
All right, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Certainly. So, Mr. Thomas, what are you angry about?
My mom left me when I was 2. I'm just angry about that. My dad, he was in and out of my life. That's what started it, honestly. And just seeing him smoking crack and being that, seeing him doing that and thinking that's the way of life and wanting to be like him.
Do you want your kids to be like you?
No.
Okay. So you're 35 years old, and, you know, I'm sorry for the childhood you had. I don't know what your mom's issues were. You told us a little bit about what your dad's issues are.
Yeah.
You know, if you can find a way to forgive them and realize that as parents, they were doing the best they could. It sucked, but that was the best they could. And you yourself, I think, would like people to see that you're doing the best you can, even though you're now in your 4th period of incarceration. Yeah. So, you know, I offer that to you because if you can find the forgiveness, then you can let go of the anger. And then you can actually live your life. Do you know what depression is?
Yes. I believe I do, yes.
Anger turned inward. So they didn't leave you because they didn't think you were important. They left you because they had issues bigger than themselves. At least for your dad, it was his addiction. And we do know that, you know, addiction is familial. You know, it happens in families. So you have to make an active, conscious choice to live clean. When you were interviewed by the parole officer, you were asked about what you learned from the programs. And you said from tier 2, you learned the importance of avoiding people, places, and things associated with your past behaviors, as well as the need to abstain from all drug use. And why that stood out for me is it's a mild difference abstaining from actually engaging in recovery. It's like white knuckling your way through sobriety. You don't have to. you can embrace recovery, work at it, find a community of people who know your experience and can support you. You know, it's very hard to abstain there in the prison. We see you weren't successful out in the community. You know, so I offer that to you to think about the difference between abstaining and actually engaging in recovery.
Okay.
Does it make sense to you that those are two very different things?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I think in your case with the drugs that you've been using and the age that you began, abstaining is insufficient. It's not going to work. So this crime was just stupid.
Yes.
Just stupid. So I get that you think the sentence was unfair. 3 bags of seafood, walking out the grocery store without paying for it. A really bad choice, a crime. But you had a prior robbery first in 2011, and you got a sentence of 7 years with 2.5 to serve. So
Yes.
of course, if you go out and you do the same damn thing, your sentences are going to get longer.
Yes. No, I
Because the
understand.
system is trying to find a way to wake you up, right? So
Yes.
of course you got 5 years to serve this time. So I get that it's like, Christ, it was 3 bags of seafood. But at the same time, you know, it's your choice to commit the robbery. You knew what you were doing. And I don't buy your whole story about you thought this person was going to do something bad to you. He asked you for the receipt.
Yeah.
What criminal who's going to rob you is going to ask you for the receipt for the groceries you have already put in your car? So we don't need to discuss it. I'm just telling you, I'm calling your bullshit. Okay? All right, Ms. Chance. Any questions?
You're muted, Madam.
Sorry.
Okay.
I just had 1 or 2 questions for Mr. Thomas. So it's obvious that you still have a substance abuse problem and you're angry about a lot of things in your past. So have you thought about how you're going to address both of them together?
I'm not angry about nothing no more. I'm over it, and my substance abuse problem, I don't have that K2 incident. That was just a one-time thing when I went to that hospital. I never used it after that one time I went to the hospital. Yeah, I was, I'm listening, sorry.
Yeah. I just want to say to you, Mr. Thomas, that obviously all the things that you have done before when you go in the community didn't work.
No.
So you have to think about how your release plan is going to be different from the last time when you went out into the community. And that's what you need to focus on.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Give us just a few minutes to discuss, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on Mr. Thomas's poor institutional adjustment and his inadequate program participation and inadequate evidence of offender change, it does sound like he has demonstrated some evidence of change. I just don't see it with the disciplinary infraction. So I hear him wanting to, but based on those reasons, I really cannot support his discretionary parole today. So my vote will be to deny.
So, Mr. Thomas
Yes.
has accumulated a troubling number of disciplinary reports. and struggled on probation in the past, which is why I guess he received a flat sentence for this latest offense. My concern is he doesn't have a sponsor, and he doesn't have a relapse prevention plan. In fact, it started to sound like he was telling my colleague he didn't need one.
Right.
So I was in a position, despite the DRs, of granting today for the purpose of, creating some structure and stability to ensure some success from Mr. Thomas. But I certainly understand where you're coming from, panel member Barry. Where are you, Ms. Chance?
So, I was a bit ambivalent between the deny and the grant. And I do agree with you that despite those 20 DRs, Mr. Thomas, based on what he presented today in his opening comments about the fact, when he said for a long time he was angry about his childhood, about his mother and his parents having issues. And so I thought perhaps he needed to look at his relapse prevention plan differently from what he's done in the past. And part of that could be a mental health evaluation for him, along with substance abuse, and doing both of them together. So if that was something that Mr. Thomas thought he could handle, I would be willing to go along and do the grant, Madam Chair.
Yes, that is something I can handle.
I mean, it's time to break the cycle, right?
Yes, it is.
For your kids' sake, if not for your own, but it really should be for your own. So your co-defendant is your sister.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be able to have contact with her without first getting your parole officer's permission.
Yeah, I'm done dealing with her, period. No.
So her is a high risk, so.
Yeah, okay, well, that's good. Your parole officer has access to programs and services to help you. You haven't had, actually you have had parole before, haven't you? So, this isn't a long period of support that we're offering you. So make the most of it. They can connect you with employers that are willing to hire people with criminal histories.
Okay.
And they can refer you to programs that would be helpful to you. So, step up and build that relationship. Don't consider your parole officer just there to supervise. They want you to be successful. Okay. I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with Sierra Vereen without PO's permission, and a stay away from Stu Leonard's at 100 Westport Avenue, Norwalk. Anything to add, ladies?
Excuse me.
One second, please.
It's Tara Stewart.
I have nothing else other than what you said, Madam Chair.
Are you correcting her name?
Yeah, Sierra Vereen is my niece. Tara Stewart is my sister.
Okay, well, Sierra is your co-defendant. Is she a minor?
No, she's an adult. I don't know why she's the co-defendant. Tara should be the co-defendant, not Sierra. Tara's the one that's on probation right now for the same thing.
On probation, but I said Sierra.
Yeah,
that's what I saw.
Yeah, but it also said that Sierra.
It was her car.
GMV photo didn't match the female inside the store.
It said it didn't.
Did not match the female inside the store. you want to leave the code D off? I don't have anything with the name that he's presenting to us.
I think that they are going to bring it back because her name is listed as the co-defendant.
You
So,
need Sierra?
yeah. Unless we clarify in our written decision that there was some discrepancy. I mean, we can do that, if that's not wrong.
Okay.
I would judge that.
All right. So, in the matter of Jeffrey Thomas, inmate number 346183, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of September 6th.
September 7th.
September 7th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment, and a stay away from Stu Leonard's at 100 Westport Avenue in Norwalk. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Then
All right, Mr. Thomas, this was a majority decision. So you'll go out at your 85% date, and we wish you much success. Build that relationship and, consider your parole officer part of your support network.
Okay, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jeffrey Thomas, inmate number 346183.
Thank you. Have a good day.
are you ready, sir?
Yes, I nodded.
Afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Bragg. Today is Friday, July 17th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner?
Panel member Barry.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board supervising psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Trayvon Norby, 434-239.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434239. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 3 years probation for conspiracy at larceny second, 6 counts burglary third, conspiracy at burglary third, larceny third, conspiracy at larceny third, larceny first, criminal possession of a firearm, assault third, and interfering resisting. As of today, records reflect a past parole eligibility date of April 5th, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on November 14th, 2025. He was denied parole and new hearing date set for July 2026. The board recommended that the inmate continue in school, encouraged to participate in any other positive programs, come back with a strong release and relapse prevention plan, and not receive any additional disciplinary reports prior to his free hearing. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed voices on March 3rd, 2026, and Tier 2 completed on March 13th, 2026, and he is currently participating in anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score for recidivating falls within the high range. Mr. Norby, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. We may begin.
I would like to start with saying thank you for giving me this opportunity to come back and represent myself. And I did write a letter that I would like to read if you guys don't mind.
Go right ahead.
Dear members of the parole board, I am writing this letter to respectfully ask, consider granting me parole. Since the last time I was in front of the board, I have continued to take full advantage of the opportunities available to better myself. I have been working to rehabilitate myself and become more responsible, mature, and a productive person. I understand the importance of taking accountability for my actions, and I realize that I cannot change the things that I have done. However, I can choose how I want to be moving forward. I have completed 2 programs since Tier 2 and Voices, and I'm currently in the 3rd of anger management, and I start a reentry program this following week coming up. These programs have helped me better myself, improve how I can handle difficult situations, and make healthier decisions. I have been continuing a career in carpentry, which will allow me to work honestly if I'm released back into my community. I'm still working on my last GED test and currently waiting to hear back when I can test again. I know learning and personal growth are essential to building a successful future. I have a solid plan to reintegrate back into society, maintaining employment, continuing personal growth, and being a positive member in my community. I have much family support who are ready to help me stay focused and be ready to be successful. Thank you for giving me this time to reconsider my parole.
Nicely done, Mr. Norby.
Thank you, Miss.
Good to see you again. Panel member Barry and I were on your prior hearing. And the recommendations that we made, you've abided by fully. Good to see you could refrain from DRs. You already had 16, so this was a good thing. And the educational pursuits and the programming, it's all what we want to see when we're considering somebody for parole and assessing suitability. So talk to me what I got confused about what you said about the GED. You're waiting on the results for the last test?
So I took it 2 months ago and I failed by 1 point. But you have to pass a post test to requalify for it. And I just finished taking the post test today, this morning, actually. So it should get sent out and I'll find out when I'll be able to take it this upcoming week.
So the post test is what's needed to retake the, okay, and which test is this?
It's math.
How do you think you did today?
I think I did pretty good.
Well, I have one word for you: study.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. It would be so important for you to walk out with a GED, and you know, it's just a foundation you're going to build the rest of your life on. So I really hope you're successful. And I commend you for sticking with it, you know, for doing the post test so that you can test again. I think that's great. Okay. Let's see if, anger management, why did you want to take that?
So I want to take the anger management program to continue to better myself as far as controlling my emotions beyond like just the anger emotion, and to help me better understand myself, to find different ways to cope with negative situations that I may encounter in future situations.
Okay. Did you take volunteer for Alternatives to Violence?
I did.
Looking at my notes from last year.
I had wrote them last year when I came to see you guys, and I didn't get a request back. But I just recently heard that they had switched the person who's running the program, and I haven't done the program yet.
So from Tier 2, were you able to put together a relapse prevention plan?
Yes.
Will you share that with us?
So my relapse prevention plan, I actually have numbers to like recovery groups in the community. Like for one in New Haven, it's called Cornell Scott Recovery. It's on Dixwell Ave. But I've also learned like different ways to identify triggers that will, like cause you to relapse, and like how to prevent certain situations so that I don't put myself in an environment that I don't need to be in.
I think of triggers as things that challenge your sobriety, your recovery. Because they're always going to be there, as opposed to triggers that cause you to relapse, because it's always a choice to pick up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Does that difference make sense to you?
Yes, a little bit.
Right. Like if you're embracing your recovery, then the triggers are just there to test you, as opposed to having the power to suck you back in and cause you to relapse.
I understand.
Okay. I'm just thinking that through out loud. What about any intention to participate in NA or AA?
I would like to actually do it so that way I can keep learning skills for the personal gain.
So you'd like to do it. Are you going to do it?
I'm going to do it.
Okay. Do you understand what the 12 steps are the foundation of AA and NA?
No.
Okay. I encourage you to learn about the 12 steps, because meetings aren't just sitting there listening to other people talk and share their stories, but the program itself is designed for you to work on your own recovery as you make the choice every day to live clean and sober. So the steps are how you work on yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
So, if you have a sponsor in the program, they can help support you as you work through the steps. And then you can go to certain meetings that are just for step work.
Okay.
So you can go to all male meetings. There's lots to sample from out in the community. And you just got to find, your home meeting, the one that really works best for you. And then you go to others as you have time and the need. But, some people set a goal for themselves coming out of incarceration to do 90 meetings in 90 days. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of your priorities, you're a very young man. You talked about carpentry, hopefully not needing to finish your DR, but employment, etc. Do you have a sense of what your priorities are?
As far as like if I was released back into the community?
Well, that's not an if. You are going to be released at some point.
Yes.
So when you are released, have you written out a plan for yourself, week 1, day 1, first month, that kind of thing?
Yes. So I've gotten maybe like a few months into my plan. And like for like my first couple weeks, if I was to get back into society, I want to go. When I get back into society, I have my OSHA 10 in general industries, which is good for like warehouse jobs and stuff. So I plan on going to apply to all different types of warehouses to try to maintain employment or gain employment. So that way I could keep myself occupied when I'm in the community, doing better things, and start building my future as far as being able to rent property, own a car, and just
you achieve all those goals one step at a time, and not getting ahead of yourself with being impatient or being greedy, right? So that's why a plan is really helpful, because it keeps you focused in such a way that you can get to those ultimate goals. So have you ever worked with a reentry center? Probably not. but they're all
No.
over the state, and they help connect people coming out of incarceration with employers who are willing to hire people with criminal histories. And it's important to work with your parole officer if you're granted, or your probation officer, because you don't have to go from job site to job site putting in applications. You know, they can make these kind of connections to support you being looked at favorably for a job. And the fact that you have some skills and some certifications is really going to be positive, and hopefully you'll have the GED as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a life goal?
My life goal, I actually, like, when I do get released and I do have the time for it, I want to go back to school for either cosmetology or culinary, and hopefully one day become my own business owner.
You're never going to have the time for it. You have to make the time.
Yes,
Because you're
ma'am.
always going to have demands on you as a young adult, things that you need to do and take care of. So you got to make the time to achieve those goals. And that's why I'm talking about that plan. But I'm going back to priorities. I hope that your recovery is your top priority.
Yes, ma'am.
When you focus on that, the other things come together. But if you ignore it, anything you put in place falls apart.
I understand.
Thanks for talking with me, Mr. Norby. I really do wish you much success.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Norby, as the chair stated, I was on your prior panel. I'm happy to see that you were able to comply with our recommendations. Sounds like the additional time gave you some more time to work on yourself. I want to tell you, your last disciplinary infraction for intoxication was in May of last year. So you've been free from K2 or marijuana or any of that stuff, hopefully, since then. So you've made it over a year. So I wanted to congratulate you on your on being able to do that. You know, a lot of young people think that smoking marijuana is not really an issue, but when it prevents you from doing positive things in the community, it makes you lazy, and it's really is an issue. You can't sit around smoking all day every day. So I hope that you, now that it's out of your system, you don't put it back in.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck, teacher. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Ms. Chance?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Mr. Norby, you talked about the Cornell Recovery Group.
Yes.
What is that specific group about?
So there's we have this FYI on the tablet, and it has like, it's a section for reentry, and I had grabbed this from there, and they say that they offer an addictions. So I wrote the number down for me to have it as a reference guide, so that way when I do get back into the community, I could call them and help myself get into these programs.
Okay, so Madam Chair was talking to you about the reentry center.
Mm-hmm.
And that may be part of what they have at that group. So I hope you paid attention to what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think they have a lot of what recommendations she made.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to wish you good luck on the next time you take that GED.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Norby, give us just a minute to discuss. So I think it was pretty clear. I am impressed with the work that Mr. Norby's done since his prior hearing, making good use of his time in the facility and correcting some of his problem behavior and decision-making. So I would be in a position today to grant him early release to discretionary parole. It's not a long period, but it could be, what's needed to set him on the proper path. Mr. Norby, do you have a valid driver's license?
No, I do not.
Okay. So, Ms. Chance, are you in agreement?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I have halfway house, no alcohol, general no contact, Marquise Norby, I guess without PO's permission, and Larry Codre. And I also have no driving
Yes, ma'am.
due to this repeated acts of stealing motor vehicles.
Well, you have your license, so you
Right.
should be driving.
Yes. Okay. So in the matter of Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434239, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of July 17th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, general no contact with Larry Codre, and a general no contact with Marquise Norby without PO's permission, and no driving without PO's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Parole is granted. Congratulations. Much success to you, sir.
And thank you, guys.
This concludes the hearing for Trayvon Norby, inmate number 434239. This concludes the.
Nope, it's not yet. We have a case review on our docket that we have not addressed, sorry. So this, you're all set, Mr. Norby, we just have a
All right.
house stuff to take care of.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Good, thank you. That's all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
Nancy Turner.
panel member Barry.
Joy Chance.
So in the matter of Justin Richard, inmate number 441915, he was docketed for a case review to set his special parole stipulations on this Osborne docket of July 17th, 2026. And it's my understanding, having been on a prior panel, that these conditions were already set by the board, so we will take no actions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This concludes the July 17th, 2026 special parole hearing for Osborne. 2018.